So, Trump is claiming that no Hollywood actor could possibly replicate Xi Jinping's unique physical traits. What's that about?
Well, it's like saying no one could ever replicate the majestic beauty of a potato, or the vibrant pizzazz of a cardboard box. I mean, come on, it's quite the claim. Trump seems to think Xi has that one-of-a-kind physique, like a rare collectible action figure, that the world just can't do without. Meanwhile, Hollywood is teeming with actors who could probably pull off a convincing Xi, as long as they have the right costume, a solid 2-hour beauty regime, and a script that's somehow both riveting and gloriously propagandistic.
What does Trump mean by a very strict audition process for finding someone to play Xi Jinping?
Oh, you can just picture it, can't you? The audition would be like the Hunger Games, but instead of fighting for survival, actors would be battling it out for the title of Most Authentic Xi. They'd have to nail the slight smirk, the authoritative glare, and, of course, the uncanny ability to make decisions that leave the entire world scratching its head in confusion. I bet the casting director's criteria might include an extensive portfolio of highly questionable dance moves, just to really sell the character.
Is there any truth to the idea that physical traits in leaders really affect their ability to lead?
The age-old question of whether a round face and a penchant for polo shirts makes you a better leader. It's like judging a chef by the size of their chef's hat, completely irrelevant. Sure, she's got some traits that are, dare I say, memorable, like his ability to barely smile, but at the end of the day, it's not about looks. If that were the case, then Hollywood would have been led by action heroes instead of politicians, which could explain why everything seems so dramatic nowadays.
Do you think Trump's comments could be aimed at a specific audience?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you don't make comments like that unless you're trying to reel in the audience that appreciates a good laugh or a touch of absurdity. It's like offering cotton candy at a fitness convention, unnecessary, but oh so entertaining. Trump knows that the golden rule of engagement is to say something so outlandish that it not only grabs attention but also morphs into the perfect meme. No Hollywood actors can match Xi. Is a goldmine for internet oddities.
How are these statements by Trump perceived internationally?
Well, let's just say they probably cause international leaders to have a collective eye roll that could power a small city. Imagine diplomats trying to explain to their counterparts, well, our leader thinks your leader is the original mold for a character from an animated film. It's like trying to give serious insight on global politics while juggling clowns. Completely impractical and destined for a circus.
What's the overall takeaway from Trump's latest statement?
The takeaway? Well, it's a classic case of be careful what you wish for when you ask for actors in politics. You might just end up with someone like Nicolas Cage in a face-off situation, or worse, a reality show where everyone's trying to outshine Xi in the talent department. At the end of the day, it's a reminder that in politics as in Hollywood, sometimes the script writes itself in the most amusing of ways.
So, Trump has claimed he's been in secret communication with Kim Jong-un. What's your take on that surprising revelation?
Oh, absolutely. Because when I think world leaders maintaining global peace, I immediately think of a guy who thinks he's still running a reality show. I mean, really, what's next? Are they going to text each other emojis and discuss their favorite flavors of ice cream? Hey Kim, how about a friendly missile launch over coffee sometime? It's like a political buddy comedy waiting to happen, where the punchline is international diplomacy.
Do you think there's any substance behind these claims of friendship between Trump and Kim?
Substance? Like the kind you find in a fast food burger? I mean, sure, You can say you're friends all day long, but if you're not going to share your fries, is it real friendship? It's more like a high school clique where everyone hopes to keep the peace while secretly plotting behind each other's backs. If they're sharing secrets, I just hope it's not about their favorite hair products. Those are the real secrets that could shake the world.
How do you think this affects global politics? Is it more of a sideshow than anything serious?
Oh, definitely a sideshow. Picture a circus with clowns throwing pies at each other, while the audience scratches their heads, wondering if this is part of the act. The real danger is that we might be lulled into thinking everything is fine and dandy, while two of the most unpredictable leaders are playing a game of nuclear chicken, like two children on a seesaw. At any moment, someone could push the wrong button, literally.
Do you think the media is sensationalizing this? Or is there genuinely something significant going on?
Oh, the media sensationalizing? That's like saying water is wet. They're practically salivating over this like it's a hot slice of gossip pizza. But honestly, what's significant about aging leaders chatting? It's like watching two tech dinosaurs argue over the best flip phone. Sure, it's amusing, but is it going to solve world hunger? Doubt it. They'd have better luck if they teamed up for a reality show instead.
Do you think Trump's previous interactions with Kim have any real impact on the current situation?
Impact? Sure. If you consider a ripple in a kiddie pool as significant, it's cute, but it's not going to change the world. Those past interactions felt more like awkward first dates, filled with compliments and a lot of nervous laughter. But as soon as they left the dinner table, it was all, I can't believe I just had to sit through that. The real challenge is whether either side is actually ready to commit to a serious relationship, if you know what I mean.
So, Trump claims he's had a breakthrough in understanding with Xi about Taiwan and Iran. What are your thoughts on that?
Ah yes, the art of diplomacy practiced by none other than our former reality TV star. I mean, what could go wrong when someone as skilled as Trump, who thinks they're standing, is just a few rounds of golf away, has a heart-to-heart with Xi? It's like trying to negotiate peace between cats and dogs over a bowl of kibble. Sure, they might agree to share, but in reality, someone's going home with a scratch or two. Taiwan and Iran? I can almost hear the kumbaya playing in the background when they were discussing it. Spoiler alert. The negotiations ended with both parties getting more confused than when they started.
What do you think about Trump's discussions regarding AI restrictions with China?
Well, isn't that just adorable? Trump and Xi sitting down to discuss AI like they're planning a school science project. You can just picture them hunched over a desk with a poster board saying, "Let's restrict AI so it doesn't take our jobs," as if they'll magically agree over some color-coded charts. Meanwhile, the machines are probably plotting to take over the world while these two are stuck in 2023. I mean, it's like trying to regulate the internet with a rotary phone. It's not going to work, folks.
The US might consider lifting sanctions on Chinese companies buying oil from Iran. What's your take on that?
Oh, that's a classic case of diplomatic tug-of-war. It's like watching a game of chess where both players keep flipping the board over every 5 minutes. 1 minute we're all about sanctions, and the next we're saying, hey, let's make it rain oil. It's as if the US has suddenly decided that sanctions are just a suggestion. Maybe they're just trying to find a way to pump some cash back into the economy. Who knew oil was the magical elixir? Just another day in the life of international politics, where the rules are more flexible than a yoga instructor.
What about the talks on Taiwan? Trump suggested they aren't likely to escalate into direct conflict. How believable is that?
Oh, absolutely, because nothing says calm like two world powers, exchanging passive-aggressive glances over Taiwan. I mean, it's like trying to convince your cat that the neighbor's dog is just a misunderstood furball. Sure, they can discuss things calmly, but as soon as someone steps on a tail, you're going to witness chaos, like it's Thanksgiving dinner with the in-laws. So yeah, I'd say Trump's confidence is about as solid as a sandcastle at high tide.
Any thoughts on Trump's stance regarding the proposed solutions for the Iran conflict?
Oh, you mean the never-ending saga of Iran? Can we talk? Honestly, it's like watching a soap opera where everyone's always promising to resolve things but never actually doing it. Trump basically told Iran, "You can have your cake, but you better not eat it." Meanwhile, Iran is holding a fork and eyeing that cake like it's the last piece on earth. And if that doesn't work, well, it sounds like a classic move: just swoop in and take what you want. It's like borrowing sugar from your neighbor, but if they say no, you just start taking their entire pantry.
In light of these discussions, how do you think Trump's overall approach to foreign relations is being perceived globally?
Oh, it's probably perceived as a circus, and he's the ringmaster juggling chainsaws while riding a unicycle. International relations under Trump is like watching a reality show where everyone is trying to one-up each other, and the stakes are just far too high. Allies are looking at each other like, did he really just say that? While adversaries are probably giggling behind their hands. The whole world is taking bets on how long this particular episode will last. Spoiler alert, it's bound to end with a dramatic cliffhanger.
So, we just witnessed Trump blasting the BBC as fake news over that missile strike incident in Iran. What are your thoughts on this dramatic showdown?
Ah, yes, a classic Trump versus BBC showdown, more thrilling than a soap opera but with less credible acting. I mean, can you imagine the drama? Oh, what's this? The BBC used AI to make Trump sound like he was auditioning for a bad reality show. But I guess when you're under fire, figuratively speaking of course, you can just throw the words fake news around like confetti at a parade. It's like a game of dodgeball where he's dodging accountability instead of balls. And let's not forget the whole $5 billion lawsuit situation. At this point, I half expect them to announce a crossover episode where they team up with the latest courtroom drama on TV.
With tensions rising over incidents like these, do you think we're in for a media frenzy? How do journalists handle the pressures?
Media frenzy? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar we are. It's like watching a toddler discover sugar for the first time. They can't get enough. Journalists are stretched thinner than a New York slice, trying to keep up with every tweet, press conference. And I didn't say that. You said that moment. The pressure is so high, they might as well be working in a high-stakes poker game, where every card flip is a potential faux pas. They're drinking more coffee than a barista during rush hour, just to keep their eyes open. And as for handling it, well, let's just say, if they were any more stressed, we'd have to give them their own support group, possibly called Covering Trump Without a Heart Attack.
Given Trump's fiery comments, how do you think this plays into the public's perception of media credibility?
Public perception of media credibility is like the weather, constantly changing and often unpredictable. One day it's sunny and everyone believes the headlines. The next day it's pouring with skepticism, and people are building arcades to dodge the rain of misinformation. Trump tossing around accusations, like he's throwing candy at a parade, only adds to that sense of confusion. It's almost like he's playing chess while the rest are stuck on checkers. So, what do we end up with? A nation of folks who don't know whether to trust the news or their own grandma's advice on health tips. And believe me, that's saying something.
In light of all the controversy, How do you think the media should respond to accusations of being fake news?
Oh, the media responding to accusations of fake news is like watching a cat trying to swim. It's a messy spectacle. They could either double down and dive into the facts like a well-trained dolphin, or backpedal faster than a runner in a three-legged race. Ideally, they should don their metaphorical capes and become the superheroes of truth we all need, but they often just end up as the sidekick in this chaotic drama. Let's be real. Defending against accusations is like trying to argue with a toddler in a candy store. It's exhausting, and you almost want to give up and just hand them a lollipop.
What do you think is the real impact of Trump's comments on international relations, especially with countries like Iran?
Oh, the impact on international relations? Let's just say it's like tossing a grenade into a swimming pool. Plenty of splashing, and a lot of confused swimmers. Trump's comments don't just echo like a ball bouncing off a wall, they create ripples that can end up causing a tsunami of diplomatic fallout. Iran's probably sitting there, popcorn in hand, watching the spectacle unfold like it's the latest season of a reality TV show. Every tweet, every soundbite inches us closer to that proverbial edge, and you have to wonder if the diplomats have a How to De-Escalate 101 handbook tucked under their arms, because they're going to need it.
Finally, do you think this episode will influence future coverage of Trump or the way the media interacts with him?
Oh, absolutely. This episode is going to have more influence than a celebrity endorsement in a beauty product commercial. Journalists are probably huddled together right now, deciding whether they need to handle Trump with kid gloves or a pair of boxing gloves. Coverage will either be over-the-top dramatic, like a soap opera cliffhanger, or so nuanced you'd need a degree in interpretative dance to understand it. The way the media interacts with him will be like tiptoeing through a minefield, where every word is scrutinized, and honestly, I wouldn't blame them if they started wearing helmets to press conferences. It's a wild ride, and we're all just along for the chaotic adventure.
So, let's kick things off. We've got news about Trump dining with Xi, while journalists are stuck munching on McDonald's on a bus. What do you make of this culinary divide in diplomacy?
Ah, the classic, let them eat Big Macs moment. While Trump and Xi are feasting on gourmet delights that would make a Michelin star chef weep with joy, our brave journalists are shoveling fries and nuggets, trying to figure out how to make a story out of ketchup packets. It's like watching a high-stakes poker game where one player has a royal flush and the other's just trying to keep their chips from rolling off the table. I mean, did the press corps get a side of thanks for your service with their quarter-pounders? Or were they just advised to suck it up with a side of sweet and sour sauce?
It seems like a bizarre contrast, doesn't it? What does this say about how world leaders prioritize their dining experiences?
Oh, absolutely. We've got Trump and Xi living it up like the culinary gods they believe they are, while journalists experience the fine dining equivalent of being stuck in a fast food drive-thru. It basically says, we care deeply about world affairs, but we care even more about a three-course meal served on fine china rather than paper baskets. We're talking about the ultimate downgrade, the rich delicacies over here, and a Happy Meal over there. It's like inviting everyone to a gala, while some poor souls are left to make do with stale popcorn at a matinee.
What might Trump's preference for McDonald's say about his persona and approach to politics?
Oh, it screams, I'm the everyman, just like you, as he chomps down on his beloved McFlurry. It's as if he believes that if he eats enough fast food, he'll be relatable, like he's one cheeseburger away from being the friendly neighbor who borrows lawnmower. But let's be real here. It's a marketing strategy too. Nothing says, I care about the average Joe, like publicly professing your love for a burger chain while you rub elbows with the most powerful man in China. It's like bringing a hot dog to a state dinner. Perhaps you'll spark a diplomatic barbecue?
How do you think this news affects public perception of both Trump and Xi?
Well, it's like a reality show episode where the contestants are dining on caviar and foie gras, while the audience is left to lick the grease off their fingers. For Trump, it reinforces the image of him being the man of the people, the fast food president. Meanwhile, Xi is probably looking at this like, I'll have the whole world at my table, but I'll make sure the press eats like they're on a school field trip. So, it builds an elite aura around Xi, while making Trump seem like the lovable goofball who's just too busy to care about fancy dinners, which is kind of his brand. Nothing says I'm serious about diplomacy like prioritizing your next McChicken.
Overall, what do you think the takeaway is from this whole bizarre dining experience?
The takeaway? Well, it's a perfect metaphor for international relations. While politicians are sipping on their fancy drinks and enjoying delicate morsels, the journalists are the ones left scraping the bottom of the bag for leftover fries. It's like a cosmic reminder that some are feasting while others are simply left to chew on the scraps of information. It's a classic who gets the gourmet treatment scenario, which is a painful reminder that politics often serves up a side of inequality with every meal. So, I guess we all now know why journalists are so good at grabbing headlines. They're well trained in grabbing whatever they can from a moving bus.
Do you think there's potential for this incident to spark change in how journalists are treated during such events?
Oh, absolutely. Maybe after this, they'll be throwing in gourmet food trucks next to the press bus. Oh, look everyone, we've upgraded you to artisanal sliders. But let's be real, it's more likely they'll keep getting the leftovers while the real stars dine like royalty. It's like trying to start a movement for better seating at the DMV. It sounds great, but ultimately, you're still stuck in a plastic chair waiting for your number to be called. So, while everybody talks a big game about change, I can't see a world where the press stops being treated like the audience at a circus, just there to watch the lions roar while they sip on their lukewarm coffee.
So, let's kick things off with the big news headline. Discover why the US isn't the hottest country anymore. China takes the lead. What's your take on that?
Oh, just another day in the world where the US has been dethroned from its self-appointed throne of hotness. It's like finding out your favorite celebrity is actually just a really good Instagram filter. China pulls out the metaphorical fan and says, "Surprise! We've got the heat!" Meanwhile, the US is left in the corner, sipping lukewarm coffee, wondering where it all went wrong. Did we really think just being big and loud was enough? Guess what, folks? It turns out there's a difference between being large and being loved.
What factors are contributing to this shift in global hotness? I mean, how does one country suddenly become the it place?
It's like a twisted game of musical chairs, but instead of music, you're left with an awkward silence, while everyone shuffles around looking for a comfortable seat. China's economy is booming faster than a teenager's growth spurt, and the US is stuck throwing money at the problem, like it's a piñata at a birthday party gone wrong. Between cutting-edge technology, rapid infrastructure growth, and an attitude that screams, "We're just getting started," China is the new kid on the block, and the US is the one still looking for a parking space.
Do you think this change will have any long-term effects on global politics?
Oh, absolutely. It's like swapping out a grandparent at Thanksgiving dinner for a hip influencer who insists on taking selfies with the turkey. The shift will rattle things like a can of soda being shaken before opening. Nations will be looking to align themselves with the new hottest commodity, and the US might find itself trying to catch up with a bunch of hip youngsters on TikTok, while still fumbling with its MySpace page. Good luck with that, Uncle Sam.
What does this mean for everyday Americans? Should we be worried?
Honestly, every day for the average American feels like a scene from a reality show called Survivor, Economic Edition. Fear not, though. While the rest of the world is busy popping champagne over China's rise, Americans are becoming experts at budgeting like they're competing in the Olympics. It's less about worrying and more about adapting, like trying to make a gourmet meal with only 5 ingredients. Spoiler alert, it's mostly going to be ramen and hope.
In your opinion, what should the US do to regain some of its hotness?
Well, here's a thought. Maybe less focus on pixelated national flags and more on actual, working plans? It's like trying to win a cooking competition while only serving up burnt toast. The US needs to step up its game. Think innovation, sustainable practices, and possibly a national coffee break every hour. Because if we can't be the hottest, at least we can be the chillest. Who doesn't love that laid-back vibe? While planning world domination? It's a delicate balance, but I believe in us.
Wrapping this up, do you think there's a lesson here for other nations?
Oh, for sure. It's like that age-old adage, never get too comfortable in your own hot tub, because someone might just replace the water with ice. Other nations should take a long, hard look at the US and realize that being the loudest kid on the playground doesn't win you a trophy. It's about sustainability, relatable policies, and maybe a dash of charm. Because at the end of the day, nobody wants to play with a bully, especially if the bullies all bark and no bite.
So, Professor Morandi is warning us about imminent war. What's the scoop here?
Oh, just another day in the geopolitical soap opera. I mean, who doesn't love a good cliffhanger, right? The professor's like the narrator of our daily dose of chaos, warning us that war might just crash the party like an uninvited guest who's had one too many. It seems like he's telling us to stock up on popcorn and maybe some extra anxiety meds, because we might just witness the ultimate season finale of Who Wants to Be a World Leader? Better grab those helmets and bunker down.
What do you think are the underlying causes for these rising tensions?
Well, if you ask me, it's the classic case of my toy is better than your toy, but on a global scale. You've got countries flexing their military muscles like a bunch of gym bros with something to prove. It's like a terrible game of chess where nobody knows the rules, and everyone insists on making up their own. These leaders are probably too busy tweeting their war strategies instead of engaging in something productive, like, I don't know, a nice game of Scrabble?
What should we be worried about with these warnings?
Honestly, besides the obvious dread that comes with the phrase imminent war, I'd say just brace yourself for a flood of anxiety-induced hair loss. Have you seen the news coverage? It's like watching a suspense thriller, but you can't change the channel. There's a good chance that if a war does break out, it'll be accompanied by a special report from your favorite news network, complete with shiny graphics and dramatic music, because nothing says serious situation like a flashy title card.
How does this situation compare to past geopolitical crises?
Ah, yes, the good old days when the world was a simpler place, with Cold War tensions and no Twitter. This feels like déjà vu, where we're all just characters in an ancient Greek tragedy, waiting for the tragic hero to make a foolish mistake. It's like we've set the world stage with classic, let's poke the bear, moves that even a toddler would know is a bad idea. And let's not forget the round-the-clock, who's getting bombed next predictions. Because Who doesn't love an all-day news buffet of doom?
What can ordinary people do in the face of such uncertainty?
Ah, the million-dollar question. Well, aside from the usual panic buying of non-perishables and binge-watching survival shows, I'd say that ordinary folks should channel their inner zen. It's like trying to stay calm in a plane that's clearly going through turbulence. We can only hold tight and pray that the pilot knows what they're doing. Maybe host a neighborhood meeting to discuss your favorite snacks for the apocalypse. And remember, laughter is the best medicine, even if it's a little dark.
Can humor play a role in situations like these?
Why, of course, humor is like a life raft in a stormy sea of uncertainty. It keeps us afloat while we navigate through the ridiculousness of international relations. I mean, if we don't laugh, we're just going to start crying, and trust me, nobody wants to see that. So let's joke about the politicians fumbling around, like toddlers, with a new toy, or how the media treats every little development as breaking news. Laughter may not solve world peace, but it sure makes the ride a lot more bearable.
So, it looks like Mali's airstrike dismantled some terrorist camps. How significant is this bold move in the global fight against extremism?
Well, it's like Mali decided to throw out the trash, and thankfully, this time, it wasn't all the gym equipment they bought during their New Year resolutions. Seriously, it's significant, because while some countries are busy swiping left on actual problems, Mali is out here swiping right on tackling extremism. It's like a game of hide and seek, but instead of kids behind trees, it's terrorists behind, well, other trees. They identified a militant field camp and were like, "Surprise! Time to rearrange your living arrangements." So yes, while the rest of us are just trying to survive Monday, Mali's making actual moves to clean house.
Can you tell us what led to this decision by Mali's armed forces?
Oh, absolutely. Picture this. Mali wakes up one day, sips on some strong coffee and thinks, you know what would make this day worthwhile? I should totally disrupt some terrorist training camps. It's like they suddenly remembered they had a vacuum cleaner in the closet and decided it was time to tackle that 3-year-old dust bunny situation. Except instead of dust bunnies, it's armed extremists. They had some intel from air reconnaissance, which is basically like having a nosy neighbor with binoculars, and they spotted a militant field camp near Kambakala. One thing led to another, and boom! A strike was launched faster than my morning alarm gets ignored.
What kind of support is the African Corps providing to Mali in this operation?
Well, you wouldn't want to go to a dance battle without your backup dancers, right? The African Corps is like that enthusiastic friend who jumps right into action every time you suggest a flash mob. They brought in aviation support, which is basically saying, don't worry Mali, we've got your back. It's like the ultimate buddy system. 2 countries teaming up to tackle the ultimate party poopers, terrorists. So, while Mali's on the ground with the courage of 1,000 memes, the African Corps swoops in from the sky with aerial support, as if to say, we don't just bring the snacks, we bring the fireworks too.
What might the implications of this airstrike be for the region's stability?
Ah, the age-old question of whether this will be a game of Jenga or a solid foundation for stability. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. You make one move, and suddenly it feels like you've unleashed a tornado in a library. On the one hand, dismantling terrorist camps could lead to a calmer Mali, like finding out there's actually an off switch for your neighbor's loud music. On the other hand, it could stir the pot, making extremists angrier than a cat in a bathtub. So, while Mali might be throwing punches, they could also be drawing a kick me sign on their backs. Because you know how these things go. One strike leads to a dance-off, and suddenly you're stuck in the middle of a dance battle with a giant. What just happened? Sign overhead.
So, what can we expect next from Mali and its fight against extremism?
Well, if movies are any indication, brace yourself for the epic sequel. It's like when you think you've seen the last of a horror movie villain, but surprise, they're back with a vengeance. Molly's probably thinking, we've opened the can of whoop ass, now let's see how far we can take this. Expect to see more strikes, more intelligence gathering, and maybe even more dramatic press conferences, where they make obligatory, we don't endorse violent speeches. It's all about that balancing act, how to dance on the tightrope of fighting extremism while not falling into chaos. So, grab your popcorn, this show is just getting started.
How do you think the international community will react to Mali's actions?
Oh, the international community is like that one friend who can't decide where to eat. One minute they're all for it, yes, Mali, take them out. The next minute they're like, but wait, let's discuss. It's a wild ride. Some countries might applaud Mali's efforts, like giving a standing ovation at a mediocre play, while others might send out their favorite naysayers to lecture Mali on the dangers of airstrikes. It's as if they have a checklist. Did they follow the proper procedures? Did they send out invitations? Did they ensure that nobody's feelings were hurt? So, expect a mix of cheerleading and head shaking. It's the classic case of damned if you do, damned if you don't, but hey, at least there's popcorn involved.
So, it seems like the UAE's President Mohammed bin Zayed is feeling a bit frustrated after trying to rally the Gulf states for a military response to Iran's attacks. What's going on there?
Ah, yes, the classic scenario of trying to get your friends to join you in a fight, but they all just want to sit at home and binge watch The Office. It's like inviting your buddies to a barbecue, and instead, they all decide to keep their schedules clear for absolutely nothing. President bin Zayed must feel like he's the only one bringing chips to a dip party, while everyone else is just happily munching on their favorite distractions, insisting that this isn't their conflict. It's geopolitical peer pressure at its finest. Come on, guys, let's hit Iran together. And they're like, nah, we prefer our diplomatic Netflix specials.
And the UAE's response to this rejection was to tighten its ties with Washington and Israel instead. What do you think about that?
Well, it's like getting dumped by your date and immediately texting your ex for comfort. The UAE probably thought, fine, if my neighbors won't come to the party, I'll just invite the superpower and its sidekick instead. Nothing screams teamwork like forming alliances with countries that can blow stuff up from halfway across the world, right? I mean, who needs regional loyalty when you can just have a cocktail party with two of the biggest military players? Just imagine the UAE and Israel sharing a popcorn while discussing defense strategies. It's like a buddy cop movie waiting to happen, with a lot more drones and a lot less humor.
What do you think about the term "not their war" that the neighboring states used?
Ah, the classic case of, I'm not touching you. A diplomatic maneuver, as effective as a toddler declaring they're not playing. Just because someone else has the last cookie. The Gulf states are probably thinking, why should we get involved? We've got enough family drama to last a lifetime. It's like saying, I'm not getting into that mess because I might ruin my manicure. Because heaven forbid they get their hands dirty, while the UAE is out there trying to figure out how to play the role of the tough guy alone. It's easier to throw popcorn than pick a side, especially when that side might involve actual missile strikes.
In the aftermath, would you say there's hope for better coordination among these Gulf nations?
Oh, absolutely. Just like hoping a cat will actually listen when you call it. There might be some hope, but right now, They're more like a group of siblings arguing over who gets the last slice of pizza. One minute they're all about unity, and the next, you see them squabbling over who has to wash the dishes. It's a slippery slope when it comes to coordination. If they can't even agree on a plan for a group vacation, how are they going to strategize military action? But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll surprise us and become the best of buddies. Or maybe they'll just continue to throw shade at each other from across the Gulf. It's all part of the fun.
What's the impact of worsening tensions between Abu Dhabi and Riyadh?
Well, picture this. Two neighbors, who used to borrow sugar from each other, now glaring over the fence, like they just caught each other on an episode of Cheaters. Worsening tensions are like a soap opera plot twist. Everyone's watching with popcorn, but no one knows who's going to storm off set first. It could lead to some dramatic shout-outs in the press, or they could continue the passive-aggressive game of diplomatic chess. Either way, it's like watching a reality show where the participants are too proud to make the first move. How they handle this might set the tone for the next season of As the Gulf Turns. Let's just say, grab your snacks and enjoy the drama.
Do you think the UAE's efforts will pay off long-term?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, isn't it? It's like planting seeds and then squinting at the ground, waiting for a beanstalk to emerge. The UAE might be hoping to turn this alliance into a flourishing garden of military cooperation, but if they keep getting the cold shoulder from their neighbors, it might just end up being a cactus, prickly, painful, and definitely not the garden party they envisioned. Who knows though? They might just need to change their watering schedule, or maybe add a sprinkle of charm to coax their buddies back into cooperation. Either way, long-term effects could range from a robust defense strategy to a few awkward family dinners. Stay tuned for the sequel.
So Zelensky is warning about Russia ramping up attacks on key decision-making centers in Ukraine. What's going on there?
Ah yes, the Russian bear has decided it's time to stretch its paws and flex those not-so-charming muscles. Zelensky was basically saying, hey folks, hold on to your hats, because the Kremlin has got its sights set on the juiciest parts of our democracy. I mean, if decision-making centers were a buffet, Russia is like that one guy who shows up late and grabs all the good stuff while everyone else is still in line. It's like they think they're ordering off a menu, but instead, they're just commandeering the whole kitchen.
What exactly does Zelensky mean by decision-making centers? Are we talking about government buildings? Or is it more metaphorical?
Great question. When we say decision-making centers, we're not referring to some idyllic spa retreat where politicians sip herbal tea and ponder the meaning of life. No, these are the hard-hitting places like military command posts and political offices. Think of it as the control room for a reality show where tensions are high and the stakes are even higher. And just like any reality show, someone's always trying to sabotage the fun, just this time with missiles and a touch of international drama.
What do you think is the significance of hitting these centers in the conflict?
Hitting those centers is like trying to take out the quarterback before he throws a Hail Mary. If Russia succeeds, it's like saying, hey, we're not just here for the scenery. We want to serve you a cold dish of chaos for dessert. It disrupts the entire game plan, sends the opposing team scrambling, and makes everyone in the stadium a little more tense than they'd like to be. Meanwhile, the spectators, aka the rest of the world, are just hoping the popcorn doesn't run out as we watch this high-stakes drama unfold.
How has the international community reacted to this news? Any strong opinions floating around?
Oh, you know how it is. The international community is gathered around the coffee table like a bunch of concerned parents at a school play, collectively gasping as they realize that the kid in the back is up to no good. Some are saying, "Oh dear, this is alarming," while others are already planning a candlelight vigil and posting feel-good memes. And you can bet there are a few diplomatic phone calls happening. Mostly just a bunch of "let's keep calm and carry on" statements while everyone secretly wonders if they need to stockpile more popcorn.
Do you think there's a strategy behind these threats from Russia? Or is it just bombastic posturing?
Oh, it's definitely a bit of both. A delightful cocktail of bravado and strategy, served straight up with a twist of intimidation. Russia loves to flex its muscles and remind everyone that when they say jump, the world stumbles and trips over its own feet. It's like they're trying to keep everyone guessing, using the old "don't poke the bear" strategy while simultaneously saying, "watch me poke my own bear." It's a classic case of psychological warfare, where every threat is a finesse move in a geopolitical game of chess. Spoiler alert, the pieces are all just pawns.
What can Ukraine do in response to these impending threats?
Well, if Ukraine were a character in an action movie, it'd be the one wearing a cape, dodging bullets, and totally not following the script. They can ramp up their defenses, call in their allies for some heavy backup, and maybe send Russia a nice bouquet of thanks, but no thanks, flowers with a side of military support. In short, they've got to play it smart and be ready to counter any moves like a chess master who just found out their opponent is playing checkers. It's all about staying one step ahead while keeping the sense of humor intact. Because who said geopolitical drama couldn't use a dash of wit?
So, there's a lot of buzz about Europe not holding Israel accountable for its actions. Can you break that down for us?
Ah, Europe and accountability. A story as old as time, really? It's like asking a cat to fetch a stick. You're better off just watching the cat do its own thing. Europe is tiptoeing around this like it's a dance floor at a wedding reception, desperately avoiding stepping on anyone's toes. They'd rather sip their overpriced lattes and hope that maybe, just maybe, if they ignore it long enough, the problem will sort itself out, like laundry that somehow washes itself. Spoiler alert, it doesn't.
Why do you think there's such a reluctance to address Israel's actions directly?
Well, you see, addressing Israel's actions is like trying to bring up politics at Thanksgiving. Nobody wants to touch it with a 10-foot pole. One wrong move, and you're dodging potatoes and side-eye from grandma. The European leaders are probably sitting around, clutching their pilsners, and hoping that if they just nod and smile, the whole thing will go away. But let's be real. Diplomacy is basically a game of who can avoid the most awkward conversations. And at this point, Europe's winning gold in the Olympics of evading responsibility.
And what about the global outrage? How's that playing out?
Global outrage is like a viral TikTok trend, loud, attention-grabbing, and usually followed by a slew of questionable dance moves. Social media is ablaze, and people are typing furiously from their couches, demanding accountability like it's a pizza delivery. Where's my accountability? They want it now. Meanwhile, European leaders are treating it like that one annoying relative who keeps bringing up climate change at dinner. It's all a lot of flailing hands and shouting. But as for actual action, well, let's just say it'll take a miracle on par with someone finding a clean bathroom at a festival.
How have the public reactions been in Europe?
Public reactions are about as nuanced as a toddler's crayon drawing. Lots of bright colors but not much inside. You've got the pro-Israel folks waving their flags, and the pro-Palestine folks waving their flags, and somewhere in the middle is the confused European citizen who just wants to enjoy their vacation without stepping into a political minefield. It's like watching a circus act, where everyone's walking a tightrope, and one slip could lead to chaos that would make a reality TV show look peaceful. Heaven forbid they actually put on a unified front. We might need to add political circus as an Olympic event.
What do you think the future holds for this situation?
The future? Oh boy, it might be a wild ride. Buckle up, folks, because it feels like we're on a roller coaster, designed by a committee that can't agree on what thrill means. It could go one of two ways. Either everyone pretends to be on the same page while secretly arguing over whose turn it is to drive, or it could blow up into something far more spectacular than the fireworks on New Year's Eve in Sydney. And knowing the track record, my bets are on the second option. Just when you think things have settled down, the universe throws in a plot twist that would make even M. Night Shyamalan raise an eyebrow.
But surely, there are consequences for inaction, right?
Oh, absolutely. The consequences are lurking around like that one weird uncle at every family gathering. You know they're there, and you wish they weren't. But consequences are the unfortunate result of any diplomatic game of chicken. Europe's inaction might just lead to a domino effect of outrage that could make even the fiercest of Twitter warriors take a step back and reassess their life decisions. Because let's face it, ignoring a problem doesn't make it go away. It just makes it more dramatic, like a soap opera with a ridiculous plot twist every week. So if Europe's not careful, they might just find themselves at the center of a global drama they never auditioned for.
So, Israel has launched devastating airstrikes in southern Lebanon, escalating tensions to alarming levels. What do you make of that?
Ah, yes, nothing like a good old airstrike to really spice up the geopolitical landscape. It's like throwing a high-stakes party where no one was invited, except everyone shows up armed to the teeth. I mean, who needs peace talks when you can just break out the fireworks, right? It's like they're trying to win a competition for most dramatic response, while the rest of us are just trying to find out who used the last of the coffee at the office.
What do you think the impact of these airstrikes will be on international relations?
Oh, just your typical let's all hold hands and sing Kumbaya kind of impact. International relations are basically like a game of Jenga. One wrong move, and the whole structure comes crashing down. Countries will start taking sides, and before you know it, we'll have a diplomatic version of dodgeball, where instead of throwing balls, they're throwing sanctions. It's gratifyingly chaotic, like watching a toddler wield a sword made of spaghetti.
Do you think there are any historical precedents that might help us understand this situation?
Absolutely. This is like the sequel to a bad movie that nobody asked for. You look back in history, and it's like a soap opera script full of love affairs, betrayals, and lots of dramatic hand-wringing. For every decade, there's a corresponding crisis that makes the last one look like a mild argument over who gets the last slice of pizza. So here we are again, with more flying objects than a UFO convention. Expect plot twists, cliffhangers, and a dramatic funeral for the peace process.
What do you think the average person can do in response to this situation?
Well, the average person can do what they do best: scroll through social media and share memes. Let's be real, the keyboard warriors are the true heroes of our time, bravely typing from the safety of their couch while sipping on organic kombucha. Or, if you're feeling particularly heroic, you could look into supporting humanitarian efforts. But I mean, shopping for that perfect pair of shoes online really just feels more rewarding, doesn't it? So, yeah, meme sharing it is.
How do you think the media is framing these events?
Oh, the media is framing it like a blockbuster trailer. You know, the kind that makes you feel like you're about to witness the next Avengers movie, only with more explosions and fewer superhero capes. They tend to dramatize everything, using buzzwords like devastating and alarming, as if they're participating in a spelling bee that's gone rogue. It's all about keeping viewers glued to their screens for that juicy breaking news banner that wells, "Look, chaos is happening," as if it were a confetti cannon on New Year's Eve.
What's your prediction about where this situation will head next?
Well, predicting the future in geopolitics is like trying to guess the end of a soap opera. There's no telling how many plot twists are coming. My best guess is that it will either escalate to more airstrikes, or they'll all sit down for a nice cup of tea and work it out like civilized adults, which I put at about a 5% chance. Let's be honest, it's more likely we'll see more espionage than World Peace Day celebrations. So stock up on popcorn and keep your phone charged. We're in for a wild ride.
So, Trump's taking his sweet time on the Taiwan arms sales? What's going on there?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching a kid at a candy store who can't decide between sour gummy worms and chocolate. Meanwhile, the candy store owner is sweating bullets because they know tensions are rising faster than a pot of water on a burner. Trump's "I'll think about it" is his way of doing a diplomatic jig, while the world waits with bated breath. It's just another day in the unpredictable circus we call international relations.
Is he seriously just saying he'll decide soon? Doesn't he have to have a plan?
Well, you see, planning isn't exactly Trump's strong suit. It's more like he's throwing darts blindfolded and hoping one of them sticks. It's almost like he believes he can just call up the president of Taiwan like it's a pizza order. "Hey, can I get a large arms shipment with extra tension on the side?" It's a delicate balance of geopolitical chess and political charades, and I'm not sure which one he's worse at.
And what about the reporters trying to poke holes in his statements? How are they handling that?
Oh, they're having a field day. It's like watching a bunch of cats trying to catch a laser pointer. They're all over the place, trying to catch whatever glimmer of clarity they can find in Trump's statements. It's like he's playing a game of "guess what I mean," and their faces say it all, a mix of confusion, amusement, and a dash of despair. Honestly, they might as well be asking him to explain quantum physics.
What do you think Trump actually means by needing to talk to that person running Taiwan?
You mean besides the obvious fact that he thinks he's the matchmaker of international relations? It's like he's saying, "I need to check with my buddy before I make any big moves." It's the political equivalent of asking your best friend if you should text your ex. Spoiler alert, it's never a good idea. But hey, who doesn't love a little drama in the high-stakes world of diplomacy?
Are we really in a position where we expect Trump to take the right steps regarding Taiwan?
Oh, expecting him to do the right thing is like expecting a cat to fetch. Sure, it's theoretically possible, but good luck with that. It's like holding your breath waiting for a meteorologist to predict actual weather. We're in for a roller coaster of uncertainty, folks. Buckle up and enjoy the ride, because with Trump the only certainty is that there will be more surprises than at a birthday party for a toddler.
Any predictions about how this will all play out?
In the realm of Trump, predictions are as reliable as a fortune cookie. One minute he's waving a peace offering, and the next, he's throwing peanut butter on the wall to see what sticks. The only prediction that's guaranteed is the level of Twitter chaos that will ensue. It's like waiting for the season finale of a reality show where you're not sure if the main character will get eliminated or just come back with an even crazier plot twist.
So, let's kick things off. What exactly did Iran's Foreign Minister Araghchi say at the BRICS meeting that's causing such a diplomatic ruckus?
Oh, Just the usual bombshells that make the world go, whoa, did he really just say that? It's like ordering a salad and getting served a side of controversy instead. Aragchi apparently decided that diplomacy needed a little more spice, more like a bomb curry than a bland rice dish. He threw out statements that left folks scratching their heads, wondering if they accidentally wandered into a geopolitical reality show. Spoiler alert, they did. It's like he opened Pandora's box, took a selfie with it, and posted it on Instagram. Super subtle.
What was the main impact of his statements on the global diplomatic scene?
Imagine tossing a grenade into a game of chess. That's pretty much what happened. The global diplomatic landscape isn't just shaken. It's practically doing the cha-cha now. Countries that were trying to play nice are suddenly eyeing each other like they're at a high school dance. And Aragchi just yelled, "Dance off!" from the sidelines. His comments could lead to some interesting alliances, or more likely, a lot of awkward silence at the next summit. If there were popcorn available, I'd suggest grabbing some, because this show is about to get wild.
Do you think Aragchi's statements will lead to any real changes?
Well, if history has taught us anything, it's that politicians can talk a big game, but when it comes to actually doing something, they're like cats in water. What we have here is a classic case of diplomatic hot air. Sounds impressive, but when it comes down to it, it's likely to fizzle out faster than a month-old soda. I wouldn't hold my breath for any major policy shifts. More likely, they'll just rearrange the deck chairs on the Titanic and call it progress.
Is there any particular phrase or quote from his speech that really stood out to you?
Oh, absolutely. There was a line that was so loaded, it could have been an action movie trailer. Something along the lines of, "We must reshape the world order." It's the kind of line that makes you want to sit up straight and have your popcorn ready. It's like he's auditioning for the role of world leader in a blockbuster. You can practically hear the dramatic music swelling in the background. But here's the kicker. When the credits roll, will anyone actually take him seriously? Or will it just be another one-liner in the long history of diplomatic banter?
What do you think other countries' reactions will be to his statements?
Oh, this is where it gets juicy. Picture a room full of diplomats trying to keep their poker faces while on the inside, they're either going, "Yikes," or "Did he really go there?" Honestly, it's like watching a reality TV reunion special. Everyone's trying to one-up each other with their best shocked faces. Some countries will probably respond like, "Hold my drink, let me show you how it's done," while others will be scrambling to find their safe spaces. Expect a lot of back-channel discussions and a few "we need to talk" meetings happening over salad and bad coffee.
How might this affect Iran's relationships with its neighbors?
Oh, it's like watching a soap opera unfold. You've got Iran whispering sweet nothings at the BRICS meeting while its neighbors are either rolling their eyes or gasping in horror. Some may celebrate him as a hero trying to shake things up, while others are probably clutching their pearls, thinking it's time to solidify alliances, because nothing says, "I love you," like a solid military agreement. So, expect some swirling drama and dramatic pauses, with everyone waiting for the next episode in this geopolitical cliffhanger.
So, the Slovak Prime Minister is calling for a mediator who truly understands Russia amidst the whole Gerhard Schroeder situation. What are your thoughts on this?
Ah yes, because finding someone who understands Russia is as easy as finding a needle in a haystack. If the haystack were made of completely random people who all think they know what borscht is. It's almost like saying, "Hey, let's send someone to negotiate peace who's read one Dostoevsky book and thinks vodka is a food group." But seriously, it's like sending a cat to teach a dog how to bark. Good luck with that.
Gerhard Schroeder has been suggested as a potential mediator. Is that a good choice or what?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, who wouldn't want the former Chancellor of Germany, who somehow became more famous for his cozy relationship with Putin than for any actual policy? It's like hiring a guy to run your bakery who thinks gluten is just a suggestion. Sure, let's just hand him the negotiation baton and hope he doesn't trip over it.
What do you think about the idea that not just anyone can negotiate peace between Russia and Ukraine?
It's a little like choosing a lifeguard who can't swim, isn't it? You wouldn't put someone in charge of your safety who thinks floaties are for toddlers. Negotiating peace requires a hint of finesse and a whole lot of understanding. A bit like trying to explain TikTok to your grandparents. It's not just about saying, let's be friends and throwing in a handshake.
What's the significance of understanding the culture when it comes to negotiations?
Oh, it's crucial. Imagine walking into a negotiation thinking Putin is some kind of peace treaty. It's a recipe for disaster. Understanding the culture is like knowing the secret handshake to a very exclusive club. Without it, you're just another clueless outsider fumbling about with snacks and small talk, while everyone else is discussing the existential crisis of a babashka.
Why do you think the German coalition is opposing Schroeder's nomination?
Well, it's like trying to sell a second-hand car with a previously loved sticker on it, and the engine is smoking. The coalition probably recognized that Schroeder's more about cozying up to Putin than being a real peacemaker. It's like letting the fox guard the henhouse, and they're probably thinking, can we at least get someone whose Instagram isn't filled with pictures of him and Putin lounging on a yacht?
What is your take on the overall situation regarding mediators in such high-stakes negotiations?
It's a bit like picking a referee for a game of dodgeball, and the ref is the one throwing the balls. High-stakes negotiations require finesse, tact, and a deep understanding of the why behind everything. If we're going to throw Gerhard into the mix, we might as well give him a hula hoop and some juggling balls while we're at it. It'll be just as effective.
So Turkey's AK party is gearing up to grant Erdogan the power to declare an economic zone. And it seems like regional tensions are ready to pop like a well-shaken soda can. What do you think about this development?
Ah, yes, nothing says, let's share the Mediterranean quite like a government flexing its muscles at sea. It's like Erdogan walked into a bakery and demanded the biggest cake, while conveniently ignoring the "we're all in this together" sign. I mean, who would have thought that fishing rights and undersea oil would turn into a game of regional chess? I can just picture him in a captain's hat, declaring, "You shall not pass to every Greek ship that dares to float by." If this keeps up, we might as well start a new sitcom titled The Real Housewives of the Aegean.
What implications do you see for the neighboring countries with Erdogan boosting his power like this?
Oh, it's like watching a toddler on a sugar high, trying to show off their new toy. Neighbors are eyeing the situation with a mix of concern and mild amusement, wondering if they need to get their own toddler-sized power trip going. After all, who wouldn't want a slice of that Mediterranean pie? It's basically high-stakes Monopoly, and I'm not sure everyone remembers that go directly to jail card. If a spat breaks out, we might have to send in the UN peacekeepers, or just some well-meaning diplomats armed with olive branches and a slightly awkward "let's hug it out" strategy.
The proposed law seems to focus on fishery rights and mineral exploration. Is there a chance this could escalate into something more serious?
Well, let's just say that when it comes to resource disputes, nothing gets the adrenaline pumping quite like the threat of someone stepping on your sandcastle at the beach. It's like putting two competitive uncles in a room with the last piece of pizza. You know something's about to get heated. Who knew fish and rocks could become the tinder for geopolitical drama? If they're not careful, they could end up turning the Aegean into the next reality TV battleground. Survivor, Mediterranean edition could be a hit, with contestants dodging fishing boats and awkward diplomatic encounters. Who's ready to vote someone off the island?
Has this situation led to any reactions from international observers?
Oh, the international community is watching with popcorn in hand, probably wondering how many more twists this plot can take. It's like they're tuning into a soap opera, waiting to see if the diplomatic solution will come in for a dramatic rescue, or if we'll just end up with more cliffhangers. Comments are flying like confetti at a parade, with analysts speculating about responses as if they're placing bets at the racetrack. The tension could inspire world leaders to host a "Who Can Offer the Best Compromise" competition, complete with flashy presentations and maybe a dance-off for good measure. Because when it comes to serious matters like this, throwing in a little flair never hurt.
What's the best way for Turkey and its neighbors to manage these escalating tensions?
Oh, I'd say they could start with a good old-fashioned "let's sit down and talk it out" session, accompanied by a potluck dinner. What better way to diffuse tension than through the magic of shared baklava and goodwill? Sometimes it takes a little culinary diplomacy to work wonders. Of course, it might just end with someone throwing a fork, but hey, at least it's entertaining. Honestly, they could all benefit from a group therapy session to express their feelings about fishing rights and territorial waters. Maybe even include a few role-playing scenarios. Imagine you're a fish, how would you feel about being caught? It's either that, or we just keep adding wood to the fire until someone accidentally slips a "but wait, there's more" into the mix.
Given the context of this news, what do you think will happen next?
Predicting the future of geopolitics is like trying to fold a fitted sheet, almost impossible and incredibly frustrating. I mean, who could guess whether Erdogan will be the hero or the villain in this episode? The next act might feature secret diplomacy meetings, or perhaps a dramatic escalation. Think Game of Thrones, but with less dragons and more fishing boats. In the end, we could be looking at a new regional power struggle that has everyone on the edge of their seats, waiting for the next plot twist. Or, it could all fizzle out like a damp firecracker. Only time will tell, but let's face it, at the very least, we'll get some good headlines out of it.
So, the U.S. Central Command has reported that 75 commercial ships were redirected and 4 disabled? What does that even mean for international trade?
Well, it means that international trade is now about as smooth as a ride in a rickety old roller coaster. Imagine being a ship captain, merrily sailing along, and all of a sudden, the authorities swoop in like an overzealous traffic cop, pulling you over for not having your blinkers on. You thought you were just doing your job, but nope! You've either got to take the scenic route or park your ship for a compliance check, like a DMV for ocean-going vessels. Who knew the sea could be so bureaucratic?
What is the reason for this sudden need to redirect and disable the ships?
Oh, just your run-of-the-mill issues like ensuring safety, avoiding pirate parties, and compliance with regulations that are more complicated than a Rubik's Cube on a roller skate. The maritime world is apparently run on rules that are as confusing as a Netflix subscription plan. And those 4 ships that got disabled, those are probably the maritime equivalent of that one friend who can't seem to follow the dress code. They just had to be pulled out of the party for some serious regulatory fashion faux pas.
How does this impact the shipping industry in general?
Well, It's like throwing a giant rock into a still pond. The ripples are going to mess with cargo schedules and supply lines like a toddler on a sugar high. You'll have products delayed longer than a regular Tuesday feels. Everyone's either waiting for that new smartphone to arrive from overseas, or stuck in a cycle of, "Where's my stuff?" But hey, at least the shipping companies get to dust off their "sorry for the delay" templates. Due to unforeseen regulatory circumstances, sounds way more professional than "we lost your package in the Bermuda Triangle."
What reaction are we seeing from other nations about this situation?
Oh, it's like watching a bunch of cats react to a cucumber. Some nations are just confused and unsure, others are hissing loudly, and a few might even try to take a swipe at the US. Countries are looking around like, hey, is it just me, or is Uncle Sam getting a little too handsy with maritime rules? And then you have the usual suspects, the nations that have their own regulatory agendas, rolling their eyes like a teenager caught sneaking out past curfew. It's basically diplomatic chaos with a hint of "did I stutter? No, you didn't."
Can we expect further actions or announcements from the U.S. Central Command?
Oh, absolutely. In the world of breaking news, the US Central Command loves to keep us on the edge of our seats like a cliffhanger in a soap opera. It's all about keeping the suspense alive. Just when you think you can finally set your ship's course to the Bahamas, here comes the next round of announcements. They might as well release a "Next Time on Maritime Madness" teaser, complete with dramatic music. So, buckle up, folks. Navigating these waters might just become a full-time soap opera gig.
Is there any advice for the shipping companies during this turbulent time?
Well, if I were to play maritime guru, I'd say stock up on patience, maybe some incense for Zen vibes, and definitely a good sense of humor. It's about to get bumpier than a kangaroo on a hot tin roof out there. Companies should also consider rolling out a fresh line of "sorry we made you wait" merchandise, because, let's face it, everyone loves an apology gift. And if all else fails, they could start a shipping yoga class. Who wouldn't want to meditate their stress away while waiting for their cargo to clear customs?
So, let's start with the breaking news. Lions are apparently attacking each other in a park in Crimea, and management insists this is completely normal behavior. What's your take on this unusual feline frenzy?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing screams normal like an all-out lion brawl in a park dedicated to these majestic beasts. I mean, why settle for leisurely lounging about in the sun when you can turn your afternoon into a savage UFC match? You know, this is just nature reminding us that even in a park, nobody can hear you roar or scream in terror. I guess it's all in a day's work for the management, right? Hey, just another Tuesday. The Lions are at it again. Let's sell tickets to the chaos. Who knew that animal management also included a side of reality TV?
How do you think this reflects on the overall state of lion behavior in captivity?
Well, you see, keeping lions in a park is like putting a group of teenagers in a candy store. Eventually, they're going to start fighting over the last gummy bear. These lions are clearly bored out of their manes. When you're cooped up all day, the only excitement left is to create a little intra-species drama. So, if you think about it, it's actually quite sociable of them. I mean, if I were stuck in a cage, I'd probably start a book club, or at least a rebellious furry fight club. Just imagine the whispers of, "I'll take you on for the last piece of raw meat." Sounds riveting, doesn't it?
What are the management's implications of declaring this behavior normal? Can we trust their judgment on lion welfare?
Oh, trusting the management at this point is like putting your faith in a cat to guard your fish tank. It's not going to end well. Declaring lion-on-lion action as normal is basically like saying, yeah, we let them throw each other around for fun. It's nature's version of a Saturday night. I mean, who wouldn't want a lion-themed wrestling match as their go-to entertainment? It's like the management is saying, "Relax, folks. It's just a little sibling rivalry. Let's hope they have a wildcard clause in their lion insurance policy, because if this keeps up, it's going to be one wild ride."
Is it surprising that the park management prefers to call this behavior normal instead of addressing potential issues?
Surprising? Not in the slightest. It's like a parent watching their kids break stuff and saying, "Kids will be kids." Meanwhile, they're secretly wondering how to pay for the repairs. I mean, if the lions want to play, who can get the most battle scars? Who are we to intervene? It's all part of the wildlife experience, right? Next, they'll have signs saying, "Enter at your own risk." Lions may bite, or gossip. In the end, they probably just want to avoid the awkward conversation about lion therapy sessions, because let's face it, this isn't exactly the Lion King anymore.
How does the public typically react when they hear about violence in animal parks?
Public reaction is always a mixed bag. Some people are clutching their pearls, saying, "Oh no, not my precious lions," while others are cheering like it's the Super Bowl. Honestly, who doesn't want to see lions in action? It's a wild spectacle. Most folks probably think of it as a live version of Real Housewives of Savannah. But there's always that one person who shows up with a clipboard, furiously taking notes because they're convinced they can write a book. How to Dominate Your Pride. The Lion's Guide to Outrageous Drama. Trust me, if they didn't want a little excitement, they wouldn't have paid to see it in the first place.
What do you predict will happen next in this bizarre situation?
Oh, predictions are always fun. I can already see it. The management will put out a press release claiming they've launched a new lion engagement program to encourage positive interactions. Translation: we're throwing in some extra meat to distract them from each other. Or, perhaps they'll host a reality show called Keeping Up with the Kitties and turn this whole thing into a ratings bonanza. Just imagine the tagline, where every episode ends in roars and regrets. Personally, I'm just waiting for the moment a Netflix documentary crew shows up to film the drama. I mean, why not? If we can binge watch about Tiger Kings, surely we can tune in to the dizzying thrills of the Crimea Lion smackdown.
So, Trump just unveiled a statue of himself in Doral and claims it will be an iconic landmark. What's the deal with that?
Oh, just your typical day in the life of a former president, because nothing screams civic pride quite like a statue of a guy who had his own reality show. I mean, who needs Mount Rushmore when you can have the Trump Tower of Egos right there on the golf course? I can just imagine tourists flooding in, asking, "Where's the nearest restroom? And is that statue made of solid gold or just ego?" It's like a monument to self-importance. I half expect it to start tweeting at any moment.
What do you think the locals think about this statue?
Ah, the locals. Bless their hearts. I can just picture them shaking their heads while clutching their coffee cups, muttering, "Great, just what we needed." A giant gold-plated statue of the man who thinks he's a modern-day Zeus, but with worse hair. I mean, it's not every day you get a new addition to the neighborhood that screams, "I love me," louder than a toddler in a candy store. It's probably going to become a local selfie spot, right next to the world's largest bowl of chili. Because who wouldn't want to pose with a statue of a guy who's got more controversies than a soap opera?
Do you think this statue will really become a landmark?
Oh, absolutely. Just like I'm sure the inflatable Santa at the local gas station will be heralded as a holiday classic one day. I mean, if we're going to build landmarks based on borderline vanity, why stop at a statue? Let's just put his face on every street sign too. Welcome to Doral, home of the biggest ego and now a statue to match. Honestly, I can see school field trips in 50 years where kids will study him as an example of what not to do in politics. It's either that, or they'll turn him into a historical artifact, and I'm just waiting for the day they declare it an endangered species.
How do you think this will impact Trump's image?
Oh, it's definitely going to do wonders for his image. Right up there with his collection of golf trophies and lawsuits. I can just hear the historians now, debating whether this statue will be seen as a symbol of triumph or a cautionary tale about narcissism run amok. It's like putting a cherry on top of a sundae that nobody particularly wanted, but hey, at least now it's photogenic. It's practically begging for a reality TV spin-off, Keeping Up with the Monuments. I can see it now, a series dedicated to all the extravagant ways he can remind us he exists. I mean, who wouldn't want to tune in for that train wreck?
What do you think this says about political culture today?
Well, isn't it just a delightful reflection of our times? It's like attending a potluck where everyone brings their own ego, and the main dish is a giant statue of self-admiration. It's the kind of political culture where winning isn't enough. Now, you have to immortalize yourself in bronze or whatever they're using, like a statue of a Roman emperor who's just a bit too proud of his toga. I can already hear future generations referencing this as the era of the selfie statesman. You know, it's like we're all living in a public relations nightmare, where the more outrageous your self-promotion, the better. Next thing you know, they'll be naming streets after influencers.
So, the US has rejected Iran's 5 demands regarding negotiations and regional stability. What do you make of that?
Well, it seems like the US looked at those demands like a toddler looks at a plate of broccoli, just not having any of it. I mean, who knew that asking for an end to wars, lifting sanctions, and recognizing Iran's sovereignty over a key shipping lane wasn't a winning negotiation strategy? It's like asking your landlord for a rent-free month while simultaneously asking them to fix the leaky roof. Spoiler alert, it's not going to happen.
What does this rejection mean for future negotiations?
The future of negotiations is as clear as mud. If I had a crystal ball, it would probably show a series of interpretive dance moves instead of actual clarity. This rejection basically signals that we might be in a game of geopolitical dodgeball, where everyone's dodging the ball but no one actually wants to face it. If tensions were a stock market, they'd be soaring like a hot air balloon filled with too much helium.
What impact could this have on regional stability?
Regional stability? Oh, you mean that mythical creature like Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster? It sounds nice in theory, but in reality, it's like trying to balance 5 spinning plates while walking a tightrope. With the US rejecting Iran's plea, it's like throwing a Molotov cocktail into a party and expecting everyone to keep dancing. Spoiler alert, the dance floor is about to get very crowded with chaos.
Could this situation lead to more conflict in the region?
Absolutely. Because nothing says, let's make friends, like ignoring someone's demands and then doubling down on the sanctions. It's like inviting someone to a barbecue and then serving them nothing but salad. If tensions were a soap opera, this would be the season finale with all the cliffhangers. You can bet there will be drama, suspense, and probably someone yelling, "You're not my real dad," at the top of their lungs.
How should the international community react to this?
The international community should probably react with a big bowl of popcorn, because watching this unfold is going to be a spectacle. They might hold emergency meetings, but let's be real, it would just be a group therapy session where they all sit around and talk about their feelings like it's a bad rom-com. Or, they might decide to take a collective, let's just ignore this and hope it goes away approach, which has worked out so well in history, hasn't it?
So Trump just had this exclusive interview where he discussed North Korea, Taiwan, and China's AI advances. What's your take on this blockbuster news?
Ah yes, the modern-day equivalent of a tabloid headline, but on a global scale. Trump talking about his fantastic relationship with Kim Jong-un is like saying a cat has a great relationship with a laser pointer. It's all fun and games until someone gets hurt, and let's not even get started on Taiwan. Trump's grasp on geopolitics is about as steady as a toddler on roller skates. As for China's AI, it feels like he thinks they're still using dial-up while they're busy creating Skynet.
Trump mentioned that Xi doesn't want an independence movement in Taiwan. How do you think that plays into the whole situation?
Oh, of course. Because nothing says, let's resolve this peacefully, quite like the threat of, we've had this for thousands of years, and we're taking it back. It's like a high schooler telling the new kid on the block that the swing set is actually theirs, even though they haven't played on it since the 90s. It's all very amicable, until someone decides to kick the proverbial soccer ball right into the neighbor's yard.
And what about Ukraine? You think Trump's insights there are worth anything?
Well, if we're measuring worth in things we can chuck into a dumpster fire, then yes, it's practically priceless. He's like that one guy at a party who claims he has the inside scoop, but ends up just talking about how things were okay until the night before when everything went south. I mean, Trump and world peace? That's like mixing oil and water. Good luck with that.
During the interview, Trump talked about cyber attacks. Did he make any significant points there?
Significant points? Let's hope he didn't put on his ham-fisted hat for that one. The back and forth of cyber attacks sounds more like a competitive game of rock, paper, scissors. Only there's no winner, just a ton of broken computers. It's like the world's worst tech support call, and both sides are shouting, "It wasn't me," while their servers explode.
He boasted about amazing trade deals involving Boeing and General Electric. What's your take?
Ah yes, trade deals. The adult version of my dad can beat up your dad. Trump thinks if he throws enough airplanes and engines around, it's magically going to solve everything. It's like trying to fix a leaky faucet with a fire hose. Sure, it'll make a splash, but what happens when the water bill arrives? Spoiler alert. It's going to be shocking.
Trump has a rather cavalier attitude regarding Iran, discarding proposals he doesn't like. Think that's effective?
Oh, absolutely. Nothing screams diplomacy like tossing proposals in the trash faster than a contestant on a cooking show. If I don't like the first sentence, bye-bye. That's definitely going to win hearts and minds, right? It's like throwing a tantrum in a candy store and expecting everyone to just agree with you. Good luck with that strategy, Donald.
He stated that he believes previous commitments about arms sales to Taiwan are outdated. Any thoughts?
Sure, why not? Because who doesn't love throwing history out the window? It's like saying, old news, let's make a new set of rules. Or none at all. That's the kind of logic that leads to a game of Monopoly, where you just skip directly to the bank and take all the cash. I mean, forget about strategic alliances. Let's just wing it and see what happens.
So, Israel and Lebanon are in high-stakes talks mediated by the U.S. What's at stake here?
Oh, just the future of a region, peace, and maybe a Nobel Prize or two, no biggie. It's like watching a couple of toddlers share a toy, only the toy is a whole lot more explosive. They're trying to extend a fragile ceasefire, while also figuring out if they can trust each other more than a celebrity's promise to stay out of rehab. Both teams have brought their military A-list to the negotiation table, which makes you wonder if we'll start seeing diplomatic wrestling next.
What do you think about the inclusion of military representatives in these talks?
Ah, yes. Because nothing says, let's make peace, like inviting the people who usually bring tanks to the party. It's like trying to negotiate a divorce while the ex is sharpening their battle axe in the next room. One can only hope they've left the military jargon at the door and brought their best peacemaking skills. Perhaps they'll hand out cookies and sing Kumbaya, or at least try not to drop any bombs, figuratively or literally.
How are the talks progressing, given the ongoing tensions?
Progressing? Oh, it's about as smooth as a porcupine on roller skates. They're discussing a ceasefire while simultaneously stepping on each other's toes. It's a bit like trying to defuse a bomb while someone is yelling, "Dare you! I double dare you!" There's a lot at stake, and if they can't come to an agreement, we might just see more fireworks than a New Year's Eve celebration, minus the champagne.
What's the significance of U.S. mediation in these discussions?
You know, the US stepping in is like your well-meaning aunt showing up at Thanksgiving, ready to remind everyone to just get along, while loosening her belt for round 2 of turkey. It's a job that requires finesse, diplomacy, and probably a lot of aspirin afterwards. The US wants to be the cool uncle who fixes the broken relationship, but sometimes they just add fuel to the fire, or a bit too much gravy.
Could this situation lead to any long-term solutions? Or are we just kicking the can down the road?
Long-term solutions? Oh sure, if by long-term you mean waiting for the next ice age. Let's be honest. It feels like they're playing a never-ending game of musical chairs, and there are no more chairs left. They may manage to extend the ceasefire, but will that stop the disagreements? It's like putting a band-aid on a broken leg. Looks nice. But deep down, everyone knows it's just going to hurt more when the band-aid comes off.
Is this negotiation process making any difference on the ground?
Well, if it's making a difference, it's the kind of difference you notice when watching paint dry. There's a slight chance that people on the ground are holding their breath. But with tensions as high as a kite in a hurricane, it's hard to say if any of this will translate into meaningful change. It's like trying to convince a cat to take a bath. Good luck trying to sell that idea. Until the ink dries on a solid agreement, things are likely to stay as thrilling as a soap opera rerun.
So, Trump is diving into the dance hall business, inspired by China's dance halls. What do you think about that?
Oh, it's about time. Because, you know, nothing says "Make America Great Again" quite like a dance hall. Next, we'll be seeing him open a taco stand because Mexico has great tacos. And let's be honest, if China can make a killer dance hall, why shouldn't we? I mean, who doesn't want to do the cha-cha while looking at a portrait of Trump? It's like Dancing with the Stars, but with more gold and possibly fewer sequins. Can't wait for the dance-off between Trump and Xi, featuring all the subtlety of a hippo on roller skates.
How do you think the American public will react to this grand dance hall project?
Oh, I can already see the headlines. Trump's dance hall, where dreams and footwork go to die. I mean, will the American public turn out to shake a leg or just shake their heads? It's like he saw the popularity of TikTok dance challenges and thought, hey, my bass needs a place to bust a move while listening to my speeches on loop. But really, I foresee a mix of excitement and utter confusion. It'll be like that time you went to a family reunion and your uncle tried to show off his dance moves after a few too many drinks. Cringe-worthy yet somehow entertaining.
What do you make of the timeline they've set for this to open in 2028?
Ah yes, 2028, the year when flying cars will be a reality and we'll still be waiting for this dance hall. It's like setting a date for a wedding 5 years out, desperately hoping you'll lose 30 pounds and find the perfect outfit. I mean, by then we might have more robotic bartenders than actual human dancers. Plus, at this rate, Trump will be announcing plans to turn it into a reality TV show. The Real Dancers of America, featuring drama, sequins, and a lot of people looking confused as to why they're there.
What kind of dance styles do you think will be featured in this dance hall?
Oh, we can expect a lovely blend of the Trump tango and the Biden boogie. Imagine it, the tango, filled with tension and unspoken words, followed by a boogie that just makes you question everything about life choices. I mean, let's just hope they skip the mumblecore mambo, a dance style so confusing it leaves you asking, what was I thinking? And of course, we'll have those awkward line dances like the Texas cha-cha, where everyone steps left, right, but no one quite knows how to file properly. Perfect for a nation currently doing the cha-cha between democracy and chaos.
Do you think this dance hall is just a distraction from more serious issues?
Oh, absolutely. Because when the economy's wobbling like a toddler on a sugar high, what could be more responsible than building a dance hall? It's like putting a fresh coat of paint on the Titanic. Sure, it looks great, but we're still going down with the ship. Nothing says, I've got your back, like a glitzy dance floor, while people are still debating healthcare and education. It's the perfect diversion. Just picture Trump on the mic, saying, forget your problems, let's do the Macarena. You know, because dancing could solve absolutely everything. Except, actual problems.
What do you predict the competition will be like when this dance hall opens?
Oh, it'll be like a gladiator fight in the Colosseum, but instead of lions, it'll be people awkwardly shuffling to the latest pop hits and doing the robot while others watch in horror. I envision a turf war between this dance hall and the local club down the street that still plays 90s boy band hits on repeat. It's going to be a dancing with the neighborhood situation where Trump's dance hall claims to have the best DJs, while the local scene insists they've got the best vibes. Meanwhile, Grandma just wants to know if they still have bingo nights. Spoiler alert, I don't think they'll be featuring any cha-chas on that bingo card.
So, it seems Iran's foreign minister just revealed this grand plan to transfer enriched uranium to third countries with Russia's help. What can you tell us about this rather explosive meeting?
Well, it's always heartwarming to see countries working together like two kids in a candy store. Except the candy is enriched uranium, and one of those kids occasionally plays with matches. I mean, who wouldn't want to swap uranium like trading cards? Talk about a game of high stakes, right? It's as if they're saying, hey, let's keep this nuclear stuff away from our homes and send it off to a neutral party like it's an unwanted gift from Aunt Edna. Only, we aren't quite sure if Aunt Edna is reputable enough to hold it. I can just picture the negotiation. How about we send you some uranium, and in return, you give us, what do we want? Maybe some vodka? Or we could just stick with strategic chaos for now.
What do you think motivated Iran and Russia to even consider this uranium transfer to third countries?
Oh, just your average Tuesday in international relations. I mean, who doesn't enjoy a little bit of geopolitical awkwardness? Iran probably looked at their uranium and thought, this stuff is so hot, we just have to share it. It's practically too good to keep to ourselves. It's akin to having leftovers in the fridge that could blow up if left too long. Better to send them off to a friend, right? And Russia, well, they're just eager to remind the world that they still have friends, even if those friends come with a side of nuclear potential. It's like bragging about your collection of rare stamps while simultaneously trying to hide the fact that one of them is a live grenade. Truly a masterclass in diplomacy.
Do you think this uranium transfer plan could escalate tensions globally, or is it more of a strategic move?
Oh, definitely. Nothing screams, let's keep things chill like transferring uranium around the world. I mean, what could possibly go wrong? It's like inviting your frenemies over for a barbecue, only to serve them ribs marinated in TNT sauce. Sure, on one hand, they might think, wow, this is bold. But on the other, they're just waiting for the moment they have to dodge an explosion. It's classic strategic maneuvering, like a game of chess, where your opponent casually mentions they've rigged their pieces with explosives. So yes, while they might think they're just swapping resources, the rest of the world is shaking their heads, clutching their popcorn, and waiting for the next episode of As the World Turns.
What implications does this have for countries monitoring Iran's nuclear capabilities?
Oh, it's akin to letting a toddler loose in a candy shop while the parents sit in the corner with a bowl of anxiety. Countries monitoring Iran must be rolling their eyes so hard right now that they can see their own brains. You know, it's like trying to keep tabs on your sneaky friend who just ordered 5 pizzas but insists they're only tasting each slice. Everyone can see the big picture. Iran is being sneaky, and those monitoring them are just hoping their pizza delivery doesn't come with a side of doom. So now we have officials with their binoculars glued to the horizon, whispering, "Is that enriched uranium I see? Talk about an anxiety workout."
So, how do you think other global powers will react to this transfer plan?
Oh, it's going to be like a soap opera with plot twists at every corner. You can practically hear the dramatic music swelling as the US and its allies grab the popcorn. Let's face it, they're probably huddled in a war room, spinning around like kids at a party watching someone else open the piñata. What's this? Uranium being passed around like a hot potato? Let's get our diplomatic helmets on. It's classic. Keep your friends close and your nuclear opponents closer strategy. Ultimately, they'll throw some stern statements around, while secretly stalking social media for any juicy updates. It's the diplomatic equivalent of a high school cafeteria stare-down, but with much bigger consequences.
Is there a chance that this uranium transfer could actually lead to a more stable situation in the region? Or is that wishful thinking?
Oh, if only wishing on a shooting star could solve geopolitical issues. That'd make things so much easier. Unfortunately, it feels like we're trying to patch a sinking ship with bubble wrap here. Stability from uranium transfers? That's like asking a cat to babysit your hamster. Good luck with that. In theory, outsourcing uranium might keep it from becoming an immediate problem, but in practice, it's as if they're shaking a can of soda and handing it to someone as a peace offering. Here, I think this will help. So sure, you can hope for calm seas, but you've got a hurricane in the forecast and no life jackets in sight. Sounds like a fun ride, doesn't it?
So, the latest buzz is that US intelligence is sending a strong message to Moscow regarding their biolabs, right? It's not an apology, just a shift in rhetoric. What's your take on that?
You know, it's like a dramatic relationship status update on social media. It's complicated. But in this case, it's just the intelligence community unveiling a new way of saying, "We're not sorry. And we're certainly not backing down." It's almost comforting to know that the world's superpowers are having the same melodrama as teenagers. The Russians are throwing tantrums about labs like they're new age Sherlocks, while the US is just saying, "We have labs, they're not evil heirs for creating villainous germs, we swear." It's like your friend saying they have a fishing trip planned, when, really, they just want to sit in a boat and scroll their phone.
Driel Kasanta seems to think the term bioweapons has been exaggerated. Can you explain that a bit?
Ah yes, the classic game of telephone but with international relations. Kasanta is basically saying that the whole idea of America's biolabs being the evil lair of mad scientists is like saying a cat is a tiger just because it hisses sometimes. It's all about context. Those labs are more about keeping their dangerous germs in check than plotting world domination or releasing a new viral cat meme. But hey, let's not let facts get in the way of a good conspiracy theory, right? It's way more fun to think there's a secret lab cooking up a new flavor of the flu to unleash on an unsuspecting world, rather than admit that they're actually just, trying to prevent pandemics.
The expert also mentioned that the US doesn't owe Russia an apology. Do you think that's a fair stance?
Absolutely. It'd be like apologizing to a kid who tried to steal your lunch because they thought you had the better sandwich. The US doesn't owe Russia anything except maybe a friendly wave from across the yard. Casanta's right. Many of the claims coming from Russia seem as baseless as a snowman in July, speculative at best. It's a robust thanks, but no thanks from the US to Russia. I mean, if they really wanted to play in the big leagues of diplomatic relations, they should stop making crazy accusations and maybe just send a fruitcake like everyone else during the holidays.
What's this about the US funding health labs? Can you break that down?
Oh, just America playing the benevolent big brother with an immense credit card, funding health labs everywhere like it's an all-you-can-eat buffet. The truth is, those labs are about as secretive as a cat walking into a room full of people. Everyone knows they're there. They're there to make sure that dangerous germs don't escape and end up wreaking havoc on an unsuspecting public. It's like locking up your cookie jar. Nobody wants to find a rogue virus roaming around like a toddler on a sugar high. So while Russia's busy pointing fingers, the US is like, no one's stealing your cookies. We're just trying to keep the cookie jar safe here.
You mentioned Tulsi Gabbard and her remarks about bioweapons. How does that fit in?
Ah, Tulsi Gabbard, the voice of reason amidst the chaos, or at least the voice of someone who really loves the sound of their own voice. She's out there waving the flag for transparency in these biolabs, as if they're hiding the recipe for Coca-Cola inside. And her calls for caution are spot on because let's face it, nobody wants another oops. We just released a new strain of whatever moment. It's like having a safety sign that says, caution, hot coffee. Yeah, we know it's hot, but we'd rather hear it than find out the hard way. It's not just about pointing fingers. It's about playing it safe and keeping that cookie jar tightly sealed.
In the end, do you think this will blow over, or are we in for more biolab drama?
Oh, darling, this is just the appetizer. We're in for a feast of biolab drama that will make any binge-worthy reality show look like a documentary on watching paint dry. As long as geopolitical tensions are as high as my caffeine intake on a Monday morning, expect the theatrics to continue. It's a soap opera where every episode ends with a cliffhanger and the audience is left scratching their heads. So, grab some popcorn, folks, because this drama is only going to heat up, and I can't promise there won't be any plot twists involving rogue germs and international intrigue.
It seems like China's Xi Jinping is gearing up for a state visit to the US this fall amidst some pretty tense relations. What does this really mean for both countries?
Ah yes, nothing screams let's be friends quite like a state visit during a family feud. It's like inviting your estranged uncle over for Thanksgiving dinner while secretly hoping he doesn't start a food fight. Xi's visit is probably a mix of diplomatic handshakes and awkward silence, with both sides trying to avoid talking about that one embarrassing incident from last year. Maybe the trade wars or, global spying allegations. Who needs reality TV when you have international politics?
What kind of impact could this visit have on US-China relations, especially with the current tension?
Well, it could be like trying to mix oil and water. Sure, they might swirl around for a bit, but in the end, everyone's left feeling greasy and unsatisfied. The impact might end up being less about world peace and more about who gets the last piece of pie at the diplomatic table. One moment, they're discussing climate change, and the next, it's all accusations flying like flaming arrows. Who wouldn't want to bring popcorn to that show?
Will this visit change anything? Or will it be just another photo op?
Oh, it's definitely going to be a photo op of epic proportions. Imagine the awkward smiles and forced handshakes, like the world's longest, most uncomfortable family reunion. Sure, they might sign some papers and shake hands, but those agreements could be as solid as a mirage in the desert. People will probably look back and say, "Wow, remember that time they met? What did they even talk about?" Spoiler alert, probably not much.
What do you think are Xi's real intentions behind this visit?
Ah, the age-old question. What's he really thinking? It's like trying to read a cat's mind when it's staring at a laser pointer. On one hand, he might genuinely want to ease tensions, or on the other, maybe he's just trying to snag a few good trade deals while he's here, like a kid in a candy store. Either way, let's hope he doesn't leave with just a souvenir keychain and a headache. Maybe he's hoping to distract everyone with his charm and a few well-placed puns.
And how do you think the American public is reacting to this news?
Oh, the American public is probably reacting like they just heard their favorite pop star is dropping a new album. Equal parts excitement and disbelief. You can practically hear the collective "really? Now? With everything going on?" echoing across the land. Some will be glued to their screens, popcorn in hand, waiting for the latest drama, while others will just shrug and scroll through cat videos. Because, who needs international diplomacy when you can watch kittens argue over a piece of string?
In your opinion, what should be the main focus of this visit?
The main focus should probably be on building bridges, or at least patching up the ones that have crumbled under the weight of all the drama. But let's be honest, they'll probably end up discussing who gets to keep the toys in the sandbox instead. If they could just agree on a few common goals, it might save us all from watching diplomatic disasters unfold like a slow-motion train wreck. But I wouldn't hold my breath. After all, asking world leaders to play tat nicely is like asking cats and dogs to share a bed.
So, Jensen Huang was spotted enjoying some street noodles in Beijing, while Trump is busy doing, well, whatever it is he does these days. What are your thoughts on that?
Ah, yes, the classic power move. While world leaders are negotiating trade deals like they're playing a high-stakes poker game, our boy Jensen is reminding us that nothing says, "I'm a billionaire tech mogul," quite like slurping up noodles on a street corner. I can see it now. Forget tariffs, let's talk about the real issues. Which noodle stall has the best sauce? You know it's serious when a CEO prioritizes a bowl of noodles over a meeting with diplomats.
Do you think there was a hidden message in him eating street food?
Oh, absolutely. It's the ultimate diplomatic statement. While Trump is furiously tweeting from his golden tower about trade wars, Jensen is out there showing everyone that real leadership means getting your hands dirty. Literally. I can just picture it. Forget fancy restaurants. If you can't enjoy the local delicacies, are you really even trying to connect with the people? Plus, the takeout boxes are eco-friendly. They should put that on a bumper sticker.
What does this say about the current state of tech and politics?
Well, it's about as clear as mud. On one hand, you've got these tech billionaires trying to navigate international waters like a duck in a hurricane, and on the other, you've got politicians who wouldn't know a motherboard from a slice of bread. It's like watching a cat trying to play chess. Lots of confusion, a few paw swipes, and no real progress. But hey, If eating noodles can bring some clarity to the chaos, maybe we should all dive into a bowl of pho while we're at it. No one can argue over trade policies when everyone is busy fighting over who gets the last spring roll.
What do you think the tech industry could learn from Jensen's noodle escapade?
Ah, the tech industry and its endless strivings for innovation. Maybe they could take a page out of Jensen's cookbook, literally. Forget about the next big software update. How about updating their taste buds? You know, some fresh experiences might just spark that next billion-dollar idea. Or at the very least, a really good Instagram post. It reminds me of that saying, if you can't eat with the locals, how can you sell them fancy gadgets? Street noodles might be the secret sauce to breakthrough innovations.
Can you imagine any other tech moguls doing the same thing?
Oh, sure. I can picture Elon Musk diving into some artisanal taco truck while discussing SpaceX's next mission to Mars. He'd probably tweet about it mid-bite. Just ate the best tacos on Earth. Why go to Mars when I have guacamole right here? And then there's Mark Zuckerberg. You know he'd probably have an algorithm for the perfect noodle-to-sauce ratio. I'm just here to find out how many likes each noodle gets on social media. Honestly, the whole industry could use a little more street food and a lot less boardroom blandness.
Last question. Do you think this will impact NVIDIA's reputation or business in any way?
Well, if there's one thing you can count on in the tech world, it's that reputation is as fickle as a cat on a hot tin roof. But you know, if people start associating NVIDIA with delicious street noodles, who knows? Maybe they'll launch a noodles and GPUs marketing campaign. Our chips run hot, just like this broth. At the very least, they might get some cool brand ambassadors from the local noodle scene. So, in a world where everyone's trying to sell you the next big thing, why not throw in some dumplings with your data processing? It's all about mixing things up.
So, can you believe Russia and Ukraine just exchanged 41 Russian soldiers' bodies for 525 Ukrainian soldiers' remains? What's going on here?
Oh, absolutely. It's like trading a pack of gum for a full buffet, and then wondering why your dentist is giving you the stink eye. You know, when you have that kind of disproportionate exchange, it feels like one side brought a potato salad to a 5-course meal. I mean, who knew the recycling of bodies could be such a competitive sport? Maybe they should make it a game show. Let's make a deal with the dead.
What does this say about the current situation between Russia and Ukraine?
Well, it's like watching two kids on a playground arguing over who gets to swing first, but instead of swings, we have tragedy and loss. You can almost hear them saying, "I'll trade you this one soldier for half my army." It's like a bizarre flea market where everything is grim and no one leaves with anything good. It really emphasizes the absurdity and sorrow of war, like a comedy of errors, except everyone gets hurt.
What kind of strategy might be behind such an uneven exchange?
Ah, the classic, "we'll take your leftovers while you get our gourmet meals" strategy. It's like when you try to negotiate a deal with your sibling for the last slice of pizza, but all they have to offer is a cold leftover broccoli floret. Perhaps they think they're getting more emotional currency, or trying to show strength. Or maybe they just lost a game of chess and decided to take their frustrations out by playing with the soldiers instead.
Is there any public reaction to this exchange?
Oh, the public reaction is like a pot of boiling water with too many pasta noodles, chaotic and overflowing. Some people are scratching their heads, wondering if this is a goodwill gesture or just a messy sign of desperation. It's like watching a soap opera where everyone's relationships are more complicated than the plot. You know, one minute people are cheering, the next they're cutting their strings like puppets in a tragedy.
How might this impact negotiations for peace in the region?
Well, if peace talks were a delicate dance, this exchange would be like stepping on your partner's toes and spilling punch everywhere. It throws a wrench in any sense of goodwill, leaving negotiators with more questions than answers. It's like trying to solve a Rubik's Cube while blindfolded. Confusing and possibly a bit painful. But hey, if they keep up this exchange rate, they might find a way to barter their way to a truce.
So, it seems like Russian drones have taken a liking to UN humanitarian aid vehicles in Ukraine. What's your take on this shocking violation of safety?
Well, it's not every day you see drones playing a game of dodge the humanitarian effort. But here we are. You know, it's almost poetic. If poetry involved a lot of explosions and people running for cover. I mean, who thought that in the grand game of let's help people, the opposing team would show up with drones? It's like bringing a bazooka to a bake sale. And sure, the UN is condemning it, but let's be real. That's like telling someone not to eat cake at a buffet. Everyone knows there'll be more drones next week. It's practically a subscription service at this point.
How does this impact the humanitarian workers on the ground, trying to do their jobs?
Oh, just a casual Tuesday at work for them. I mean, what could be more motivating than having drones hovering above, giving them that live-action video game vibe? It's like they signed up for charity work, but the only training they got was how to dodge aerial attacks. But seriously, these folks are risking their lives to deliver aid, and now they're equipped with nothing but goodwill and a "please don't target us" sign. It's sad. And let's be honest, the fact that they have to keep reminding people that they're not targets is like a toddler having to remind adults not to eat crayons.
The UN has said this is the second attack this week. Is this just a new normal now?
Oh, absolutely. Forget about the weather report, we should just start the daily news with. And today, in our regular installment of how many drones are targeting aid workers, we have Pratushin. It's like the newest season of a reality show nobody asked for. You've got your drama, suspense, and the inevitable outrage, all packed into one explosive scenario. Honestly though, it's a harsh reminder that humanitarian efforts are now just as dangerous as a game of dodgeball, except the balls are drones and the stakes are people's lives. I mean, would anyone sign up for that? I can just see the recruitment ad now. Join us to help those in need. Sign a waiver for drone strikes included.
What do you think the international community should do in response to such provocations?
Well, they could send a strongly worded letter. Those work wonders, just ask anyone who's ever received one. Seriously though, we're talking about a situation where diplomatic channels seem about as effective as using a screen door on a submarine. Maybe they should take a page from the old days and start sending actual peacekeepers with giant umbrellas. At least if those drones come, they'll be sheltered. But in all seriousness, the international community needs to do more than just express outrage. We need solid action, or it'll just be more of the same while aid workers continue their high-stakes game of tag.
What message does this send about safety in conflict zones, especially for humanitarian workers?
Oh, it screams, welcome to the Wild West of humanitarian work. If you thought working in an office was a tough gig, try providing aid in a place where your biggest worry is rogue drones swooping down like angry bees. It's like they're getting a crash course in risk management, but the only lesson is, always assume you're on someone's target list. The message? Safety is an illusion. Like that time I thought I could juggle chainsaws. And just like me, these workers are realizing that sometimes the best laid plans go up in smoke, and not the good kind. If only they could carry a "not a target" sign that actually worked.
With the UN condemning these attacks, What are the chances of real change happening?
Oh, the chances are about as high as a drone dodging an actual target. So, not very. It's like watching a soap opera unfold. There's drama, excitement, some heartfelt speeches, and yet nothing changes. The UN will condemn, and then maybe send a strongly worded memo, but real action? That's a whole different ballgame. At this point, I'd wager that we might as well start placing bets on whether they'll actually do something or just keep chatting about it over coffee. Spoiler alert. I've got my money on coffee and no actual change occurring.
Breaking. Iran's aggressive moves in Strait of Hormuz amidst Trump's failed diplomatic efforts. What are your thoughts on this situation?
Well, it's like watching a toddler take control of the candy jar while Trump's trying to negotiate a peace treaty with a bowl of jelly beans. Iran is out there flexing its muscles like it just discovered protein powder, seizing ships and sinking them like they're playing a game of battleship, but not the fun kind. Meanwhile, Trump's charm offensive seems to have hit a brick wall, or maybe a very confused Xi Jinping, who probably just wanted to order some takeout. It's all a bit of a circus, minus the popcorn and with extra geopolitical tension.
So, how does this tie into the larger geopolitical landscape?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday in international relations, where one rogue state decides to throw a tantrum in a crucial shipping lane, while the leaders are busy swiping right on diplomacy. It's like if the neighborhood bully suddenly started hosting yard sales, but refused to sell anything unless you agreed to his demands. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important shipping lane, and Iran is showing us what happens when you leave a kid unsupervised near a candy store. The rest of the world is just sitting around, watching, like those rubberneckers on the highway who can't look away from an accident.
What are the implications of Iran's actions on global oil markets?
Oh, it's like giving a kid a lighter and sending them into a room full of fireworks and expecting everything to remain calm. When Iran starts making waves, you can bet your bottom dollar crude oil prices are going to rise quicker than a bad stock option. The oil market reacts like it's on a first date, nervous and ready to panic at the slightest hint of trouble. So, expect those gas prices to climb as easily as your aunt climbs onto her soapbox during Thanksgiving dinner, all while average Joes grumble about their bank accounts.
What do you think the US should do in response to this escalation?
Ah, yes, the US response, which is always akin to a cat attempting to swim. Highly ineffective and somewhat comedic. Maybe they could send another round of diplomatic notes that are about as useful as a chocolate teapot? Or perhaps they could organize a charm offensive. But given recent history, that's like trying to put out a raging fire with a squirt gun. They might consider imposing more sanctions that do as much good as a screen door on a submarine, while Iran sits back with a bowl of popcorn, waiting to see how the next act of this geopolitical drama unfolds.
How do you think this affects its EU relations with its allies in the region?
Oh, this is like trying to piece together a jigsaw puzzle with half the pieces missing and the cat is sitting on the box. Allies are looking at the US like it just tried to explain quantum physics with emojis, confused and a little wary. Countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE are probably feeling a little anxious, like they just spotted a spider in their living room, wondering if they should call for help or try to deal with it themselves. These tensions have a ripple effect, making the whole region feel like a game of Jenga, where everyone's afraid to make the next move.
So, what's the latest news on Zaporozhye?
Just another day of the sky falling in Zaporozhye. Apparently, Someone decided to play with explosives and now the whole region is igniting like a bad bonfire at a college party. I mean, who needs fireworks when you can have an actual strike? I'm just waiting for the official tourism slogan, "Visit Zaporozhye," where it's always a little too hot to handle.
Can you give us an idea of what's causing the chaos there?
Absolutely. It's like a giant game of who can create the biggest mess. The chaos is a cocktail of political tension, military maneuvers, and enough confusion to make a cat in a room full of laser pointers feel at ease. Everyone's just trying to figure out if they should pack their bags or grab popcorn. Because let's face it, this show has more twists than a soap opera.
What does this mean for the people living there?
For the residents of Zaporozhye, it's a bit like being stuck on a roller coaster that won't stop for a bathroom break. Life turns into a mix of panic and disbelief, while they dodge metaphorical bullets and real-life explosives. I mean, who wouldn't want to wake up to the sound of explosions instead of an alarm clock? Talk about starting the day with a bang. Literally.
What's the international reaction to this strike?
Oh, the international community is reacting exactly how they always do, with a lot of finger-pointing and raised eyebrows. It's like watching a group of toddlers arguing over who gets to ride the tricycle first. Everyone's concerned, but you just know they would sell their own grandmothers for a scoop of ice cream instead of actually doing something productive. It's the classic thoughts and prayers approach. That'll definitely solve the problem.
Is there any speculation on what might happen next?
Well, predicting the next big thing in Zaporozhye is like trying to guess which flavor of ice cream will melt first under the sun. Very messy and likely to leave you disappointed. Some people are hoping for a peaceful resolution, while others are just bracing themselves for the next episode of As the Region Turns. Spoiler alert. The drama is far from over.
Any parting thoughts on this situation?
Just sit back, grab your popcorn, and watch the chaos unfold, because there's nothing quite like geopolitical drama done wrong. Zaporozhye is giving us a front-row seat to the world's longest-running reality show. Who needs Netflix when you have real-life chaos? Just remember, don't attempt to act rationally in a world that's clearly lost its sanity.
So, Slovak PM Robert Fico says Putin is looking for someone who understands the depth of the Russian soul. What do you make of that?
Oh, absolutely. Because who wouldn't want a job description that reads like a Tinder bio? Must be able to appreciate the intricate nuances of vodka and ice hockey, while deciphering the secrets of the universe. I mean, if we're looking for a soul whisperer, I'd suggest a therapist, not a diplomat. But hey, maybe Fico thinks there's a deep psychological connection there. Or perhaps he just had one too many shots of that soul-sampling vodka.
What does it say about the current state of international relations that Putin is after this sort of understanding?
Well, it says that international relations now come with a side of existential crisis. You know, back in the day, leaders were just trying to out-military each other, or one-up with economic sanctions. Now, we're diving into emotional depths, like it's a Russian soul version of a therapy session. Next thing you know, they'll have a group hug and sing Kumbaya, while discussing territorial disputes. Seriously? It's like they're trying to psychoanalyze their way to global domination.
Is this search for a deeper understanding indicative of a strategic shift on Putin's part?
A strategic shift? More like he's trying to figure out if deep down, he's just a misunderstood artist seeking validation. It's like when your friend who can't sing suddenly wants to join a band because they think they can feel the music. Listen, if Putin starts quoting Dostoevsky during a press conference, we might as well throw in the towel. Who knows, maybe he'll start offering free mental health sessions Get your soul read while we discuss annexation. Sounds delightful, right?
What do you think the implications of this statement are for Slovakia and its position in Europe?
Oh, the implications are as tangled as a bowl of spaghetti at an all-you-can-eat buffet. Slovakia could either become the new therapist for the temperamental giant. How does that make you feel, Vladimir? Or they might just end up being the punchline of Europe's latest joke. I mean, one minute you're trying to balance your economy, and the next minute you're the designated Russian soul coach. But hey, at least they might get a great seat at the next EU summit, right? I can already see the title, Slovakia, the new emotional backbone of Europe. Sounds like a bestseller.
Do you think this new role for Slovakia could affect their domestic politics?
Oh, definitely. I can see it now. Fico standing at a podium, we're the emotional support country for Russia, while the opposition is throwing tantrums like a toddler who just lost their toy. You think people are frustrated with economic issues now? Wait until they have to deal with government workshops on understanding your neighbor's soul. I mean, their coffee breaks might just turn into therapy sessions. But who knows, maybe a little soul searching will lead to more harmonious policies, or more chaos. Either way, it's a reality show waiting to happen.
Lastly, should we take Fico's words seriously or are they more for show?
Oh, you should absolutely take them seriously, like a circus clown juggling chainsaws. I mean, on one hand, it could be serious diplomacy, but on the other hand, it feels like Fico just watched Dr. Phil and thought, this is it. This is how we solve world problems. So, yes, let's hang on to every word, but remember it might just be grandstanding for the cameras, or an elaborate way to distract from real issues like inflation. After all, nothing says, I'm addressing the crisis, like vague philosophical musings about a country's soul.
So, I hear that the Ukrainian drone battalion has been quite busy taking out enemy forces and key military assets. Can you fill us in on what happened?
Ah yes, the Ukrainian drone battalion, or as I like to call them, the Sky Reapers, because clearly, they've been on a mission to turn the skies above enemy territory into a high-tech game of whack-a-mole. So picture this. They swoop down like angry bees after someone kicked over their hive, taking out 2 Baba Yaga UAVs near Grishino, which I'm pretty sure means they turn those unmanned aerial vehicles into glorified paperweights. And let's not forget the unmanned ground vehicle they converted into an impromptu lawn ornament near Nadia. It's like they're redesigning the battlefield one oops, my bad strike at a time. Plus, they even managed to send a Humvee armored vehicle packing back to the drawing board near Mezhevaya. I mean, who knew drones could get such great mileage against enemy assets?
What kind of technology are these drones using that makes them so effective in these strikes?
Ah, the technology. It's like asking how a magician pulls a rabbit out of a hat. It's all smoke and mirrors. Now, these drones are armed with some of the latest in aerial wizardry, probably more sophisticated than my grandma's remote control. They've got precision targeting systems that would make a surgeon weep with envy, and their ability to fly at altitude while keeping an eye on enemy snacks, assets, is nothing short of remarkable. It's like they've got GPS, night vision, and the ability to stream Netflix all at the same time. You can't help but think that the folks who built these drones should be giving TED Talks instead of just taking down military targets. But hey, who doesn't love a good overachiever?
What do these successful strikes mean for the overall conflict in Ukraine?
Well, if you want to look at the silver lining in all this, it's like watching a David and Goliath story unfold, except this time, David has drones armed with lasers and a killer playlist. These successful strikes can seriously shake things up in the conflict. It sends a clear message that the Ukrainians are not just playing hopscotch with their enemies. They're orchestrating a symphony of precision streaks that have the potential to turn the tide. It's like they've moved from amateur hour to the big leagues, and their enemies are left scrambling like a cat at a dog show. All those key military assets going poof means that the balance of power could shift faster than my mood when someone suggests pineapple on pizza.
How well equipped are the drone crews in terms of training and resources?
Oh, you better believe those drone crews are receiving training that would make even the most seasoned pilots feel like they just graduated from flight school in a cereal box. I mean, these folks are probably training with the commitment of an Olympic athlete, while I'm over here struggling to keep my houseplants alive. They're running simulations that make video games look like child's play, using advanced tactics straight out of a military strategy manual that's thicker than a sociology textbook. And resources? You know they have access to the finest technology, probably more high-tech than my smartphone. In fact, I'm starting to suspect my phone gets jealous every time the drones take off. So, you can say these crews are definitely not operating on a shoestring budget. They're flying high on some serious tech ingenuity.
How do the Russians respond to these drone strikes, and what are the implications?
Ah, the Russians! You can almost hear the exasperated sighs echoing through their command centers. Their responses might range from, "We'll get you next time," to some dramatic countermeasures that will probably involve more smoke and mirrors than a Las Vegas magic show. It's like they're trying to play chess while the Ukrainians are playing 3D virtual reality chess with drones zipping around. The implications? Well, let's just say that if they were hoping for a quiet Sunday afternoon, that's been blown to smithereens. They might need to reevaluate their strategies, or else they'll find themselves on the wrong side of a really embarrassing history book. Kind of like being the only kid in class who forgot their homework. Except this time, the stakes are a little higher than just a detention.
What do you think the future holds for drone warfare, based on these events?
Oh, the future of drone warfare is looking spicier than a hot sauce challenge on YouTube. If this trend continues, we could soon find ourselves in a world where drones are the new superheroes, swooping in to save the day, or take out the bad guys, depending on your perspective. With advancements coming in faster than I can decide what to binge watch, we might see drones equipped with capabilities that would make a sci-fi movie blush. Soon enough, we could be talking about drone-on-drone combat, where aerial assets battle it out like it's the latest episode of a high-stakes reality show. The military-industrial complex is probably rubbing its hands together with glee, thinking of all the new toys they can sell. So, buckle up, folks, because the next chapters of combat might just have us questioning whether we're watching a war or the latest action-packed blockbuster.
So, Iran's foreign minister is threatening war, while insisting the Strait of Hormuz is all theirs. What do you think about that?
Ah, nothing says diplomatic charm quite like a good old-fashioned threat of war, right? It's like saying, "Hey, if you want to play in my sandbox, better watch out for the knee-high booby traps I've set up." The Strait of Hormuz, according to them, is about as international as a private party at a club that only lets in friends. Only this party involves oil and the occasional naval mine. I mean, come on, if they're this possessive over a strip of water, I can only imagine how they handle their morning coffee when someone dares to reach for the cream.
What do you make of the claim that Iran is being strategic about managing the strait with Oman?
Oh, absolutely. Because when I think of strategic management, I picture an ice cream truck operator. You want a scoop? Well, first you gotta get through my army of rabid raccoons. It's like they're saying, "Sure, The water's open, but only if you're willing to dance a little jig past our munitions. They must really believe they have the ultimate VIP pass to maritime traffic. Next thing you know, they'll be handing out guest passes like it's Black Friday at Target.
And speaking of the UAE, what's the deal with their stance in this whole situation?
Ah yes, the UAE, caught in the middle like a child between arguing parents. On one hand, they've got Iran with their nuclear threats, and on the other, they've got the US and Israel, who are like that overly protective helicopter parent that just won't let go. Iran's like, hey, stop agreeing to play with my enemies. Meanwhile, the UAE's probably just trying to figure out how to keep the peace, while also hosting the best brunch this side of the Arabian Peninsula. Talk about a balancing act worthy of the circus.
What does this whole situation say about Iran's view on their neighbors?
You know, saying Iran sees their neighbors as potential partners is like calling a cat a loyal dog. The foreign minister's approach sounds suspiciously like that friend who always wants to control the remote, but insists they're just helping with the selection. They're saying, trust us, we'll be the good neighbor. Just ignore the fact that we've barricaded your driveway with our army. It's like they're one step away from offering a potluck dinner while simultaneously charging you for entry.
What's your take on the Iranian foreign minister's comments about the US and Israel?
It's like watching a bad sitcom. There's always that one character who keeps poking the bear, insisting they can take the heat while simultaneously dousing themselves in gasoline. They're looking at the US and Israel and saying, good luck with that, while they stand back munching popcorn. It's like they believe they've got some cosmic immunity from consequences. But hey, who knows? Maybe they'll establish a new diplomatic strategy, throw shade while eating nachos.
Lastly, do you think there's any chance of diplomacy winning out in this situation?
Oh, absolutely. It's just as likely as me becoming a stand-up comedian. Both a comedy of errors. The foreign minister hopes for wisdom and diplomacy to prevail. But let's be honest, it's like hoping your cats will stop knocking things off shelves if you just ask nicely. As long as there are egos at play, it might be more sensible to stock up on popcorn and watch the drama unfold. After all, diplomacy might not win, but I'm sure it'll give us some entertaining headlines.
So, Trump responded with a big, I don't want to say, when asked if the US would defend Taiwan. What's your take on that enigmatic little gem?
Ah, yes. Nothing more reassuring than a, I don't want to say from a former president. It's like asking a toddler if they touch the cookie jar and getting a glare that says, I might as well have committed grand larceny. It leaves us all wondering if we should be preparing for a game of Twister with global diplomacy. Will the US raise the Taiwan flag? Or is that just a prop for a new reality show? Honestly, it's like trying to interpret the Mona Lisa while blindfolded. You either get a masterpiece or a whole lot of confusion.
Do you think this ambiguity could lead to a crisis in US-Taiwan relations?
Well, ambiguity might as well be the middle name of US-Taiwan relations. If confusion were an Olympic sport, we'd have more gold medals than Michael Phelps. If Trump can't say if we're defending Taiwan, we might as well be selling popcorn for the upcoming geopolitical drama. Because really, what's more thrilling than watching two nations eye each other over a game of chess, while we sit here on the sidelines hoping for no metaphorical checkmates? But hey, it's all in a day's work for the diplomatic tightrope walkers.
What do you think the response from China might be to Trump's comments?
Oh, China is probably sitting there with their popcorn. Because they love a good show. It's like watching a soap opera, where every episode ends with a cliffhanger. They could either roll their eyes and say, well, that was predictable, Or they might decide to flex their muscles and put on a display. You know, the classic look how tough we are routine, as if flexing in front of the mirror somehow wins hearts and minds. Either way, they're not exactly the ones over there, scratching their heads, trying to decipher the meaning behind a former president's cryptic words.
How might this uncertainty affect Taiwanese politics?
Oh, it's bound to spook Taiwanese politicians like a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. One moment they're sipping tea, and the next they're wondering if they need to strategize a game plan for a diplomatic dodgeball match. It could send them either running to boost their defense budgets or putting out press releases filled with optimistic platitudes like, "We totally got this." They might even consider hiring a fortune teller, because why not? When in doubt, consult the mystics.
Are there any historical precedents we should consider regarding U.S. commitments overseas?
Oh, absolutely. The US has a charming history of commitment like a cat in a dog park. Sometimes it pounces, and other times it just observes from a safe distance. Remember the US commitment in Vietnam? Or the time we thought we could just waltz into Iraq and set up a block party? It's like that friend who promises to help you move but mysteriously disappears when you actually need the truck. So, when you hear commitment, you might want to check it twice, because it might just come with a side of skepticism.
Given the mixed signals, what do you think the global community should do?
The global community should form a support group, maybe call it Mixed Signals Anonymous. Because between diplomatic footsie and veiled threats, it's like watching a bad romantic comedy. Oh, I thought we were exclusive. Just kidding, I'm seeing other nations. They should probably just grab their binoculars, sit back, and get ready for the roller coaster. Who needs Netflix when you have international relations drama unfolding live, right? But maybe they should also keep an emergency diplomatic toolkit handy, just in case they need to patch things up.
So, what can you tell us about Trump's recent visit to China? Was it really just a political showdown with no actual concessions on the table?
Oh, absolutely. Picture this. Trump rolls into China like a kid at a candy store, wide-eyed and ready to negotiate, but instead of candy, he ends up with a handful of air. According to our resident geopolitical expert, it was less about winning concessions and more about both Washington and Beijing flexing their political muscles, like two bodybuilders who forgot to bring their weights to the gym. They made all the right noises, but at the end of the day, it was like trying to squeeze juice from a rock. Not much comes out, and you get covered in sticky disappointment.
Can you elaborate on why both sides seem so firm in their positions?
Ah, yes, the good old game of political chicken. It's like a reality show where both contestants refuse to budge an inch. Washington is like a dog with a bone, barking about their aggressive policies, while Beijing stands there, arms crossed, saying, "Sorry, we don't negotiate with terrorists, and by terrorists, I mean anyone who dares to challenge our sovereignty." It's a classic standoff. If you've ever watched a bad soap opera, you know exactly how this ends, with a lot of posturing, dramatic music, and zero resolution.
What does the expert say about the effectiveness of the U.S. strategy in terms of dialogue?
Brian Berletic, our geopolitical oracle, might as well be wearing a crystal ball on his head when he says, the U.S. strategy of talking tough isn't exactly winning any friends in Beijing. It's like showing up to a potluck with an empty dish and a stern face. You might make an impression, but it won't be the kind you're hoping for. He argues that the failure to extract any concessions from China reflects just how much the balance of power has shifted. It's almost as if the US keeps playing checkers while China's got a chessboard and knows how to checkmate industry after industry.
What does it mean for China's growing strength? And where does that leave the US?
Well, it means that China is packing its bags, moving in, and rearranging the furniture while the US is still figuring out how to operate the remote control. According to our expert, China's power is growing faster than a teenager's appetite during summer break, and the US? Still looking to escalate tensions with countries like Venezuela and Iran? Because nothing says, we're making progress, quite like adding fuel to fire. At this rate, we might as well just play a game of Risk, because it seems to be about as effective as actual diplomacy.
Do you think there will be any long-term consequences from this visit?
Oh, absolutely. Long-term consequences are practically the bread and butter of international relations, and this visit is the new gluten-free, paleo version of a baguette. Hard to swallow, but undeniably present. If politicians are good at one thing, it's making mountains out of molehills. And this trip may just lead to more strategic posturing and tactical alliances, which is code for everyone involved pretending to be on the same team, while secretly plotting against one another. It's like a badly staged play where the actors have forgotten their lines, but somehow the show must go on.
What do you think is the biggest takeaway from this China visit?
If I had to choose just one takeaway, it'd have to be that political theater is alive and well. You know, like a Broadway show that missed the mark, but still manages to sell tickets. This visit showcased how both sides are committed to their narratives, with neither willing to hand over any concessions, like it's a hot potato in a game of political dodgeball. At the end of the day, it's all about the optics and less about substance. Kind of like a glittery, flashy cake with no actual flavor. We're left with sparkles and no taste.
So, Lavrov is claiming that Western pressure isn't affecting global interest in BRICS expansion. What do you think about that?
Ah, yes, the classic tactic of shouting, "Look over there," while ignoring the elephant in the room. Lavrov must be confusing pressure with a light breeze, because if they think that Western nations suddenly losing interest is like finding out your favorite pizza place is out of business. Devastating. But it seems he believes the rest of the world is queuing up for BRICS like it's the latest iPhone release. Spoiler alert, it's not. Often, one man's pressure is another man's invigorating challenge. I'd say the only thing expanding is Lavrov's imagination.
He mentioned that interest in joining BRICS isn't dwindling. Do you see that as a genuine sentiment or just bravado?
Oh, it's definitely a mix of bravado and a little wishful thinking, tossed in like confetti at a wedding. If interest was a stock, Lavrov would want us to believe it's a bull market. But in reality, it might just be a scratch-off lottery ticket. Sure, some nations love the idea of joining, but let's be real. Joining BRICS is like signing up for a gym membership. Sounds good initially, until you realize it comes with commitment and a whole lot of judgment. I mean, who wants to be the new kid in the club where everyone else is already lifting weights, while you're just trying to figure out where the water fountain is?
What do you make of his comments about Kissinger's quote on U.S. relations with China and Russia?
Ah, Kissinger, the grand master of diplomatic chess, has left behind some interesting game pieces. Lavrov seems to be playing a game of Twister with that quote. Yes, maintaining good relations is like a culinary balancing act. But if you ask me, it also sounds like playing a game of dodgeball, where the Americans are running around in flip-flops while trying not to step on the toes of China and Russia. The only thing well-balanced about this game is the amount of backhanded compliments thrown around. But honestly, when you're juggling geopolitics, one misstep, and you're just another dropping grape in a poorly managed fruit salad.
He mentioned Pakistan's role in facilitating dialogue between Iran and the U.S. Do you think that's realistic?
Oh, absolutely. Right after pigs fly and we discover that cats actually enjoy baths. Let's give credit where it's due. Pakistan does have the ambition. Much like a toddler thinking they can lift a car. Sure, they can try to play mediator like they're some kind of diplomatic superhero. But, let's face it, convincing these nations to sit down and chat over tea sounds more like a sitcom plot than reality. The odds of success are somewhere between finding a needle in a haystack and getting your dog to stop barking at the mailman. Good luck with that, Pakistan.
Lavrov also mentioned India's role in mediating between Iran and Arab neighbors. What do you make of that?
Well, India playing mediator is like asking your friendly neighbor to settle a dispute over whose barking dog is worse. Sure, they have the experience and a knack for diplomacy, but they may also find themselves caught in the crossfire of a shouting match. It's a noble ambition, like trying to mediate a family dinner between two relatives who haven't spoken in years. You can throw some samosas at the problem, but good luck trying to keep the peace when everyone's got an opinion and the last piece of pie is on the table. Who wouldn't want to be in the hot seat for that one?
Finally, he made a jarring comment about Germany and Zelensky. What's your take on that?
Oh, that was a cherry on top of a rather bizarre Sunday of political commentary. Lavrov seems to be serving up sensationalism like a five-star chef, mixing dark humor with geopolitical critique. Calling Zelensky the new Führer is like comparing apples to oranges. Misguided at best and downright reckless at worst. It's like they say, if you can't dazzle them with brilliance, baffle them with nonsense. Lavrov is clearly trying to stir the pot, but someone should remind him that throwing around those references doesn't make for a well-cooked dish of diplomacy. It just leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth.
So, Trump just erupted like a volcano after being asked about the US airstrike on a school in Minab by the BBC. What do you make of that blow-up?
Well, I guess when you're Trump, every question about military actions is like poking a bear with a stick, only to find out the bear just happens to be wearing a suit and a red tie. He reacted like someone who just stepped on a Lego in the middle of the night. I mean, who knew that asking a simple question could unleash the inner Hulk of a former president? It's almost like the BBC sent him a greeting card that just said, "Bombing schools" on it. Talk about bad timing.
Do you think his reaction was out of genuine anger or more of a political strategy?
Oh, it was definitely a performance worthy of an Oscar. I can almost see the stage directions. Trump, furious, expresses indignant outrage while subtly reminding everyone that he's not the bad guy here. Cue dramatic music. It's like he's auditioning for the role of angry dad in a bad sitcom. Maybe he's just following the whenever in doubt, double down strategy, because nothing says, "I care about the kids' education," quite like getting your blood pressure up on live television.
How does this incident affect international relations, in your opinion?
Oh, it's like adding hot sauce to an already spicy dish. Definitely not changing the flavor for the better. You can already picture diplomats around the world rolling their eyes so hard they can see their own brains. It's as if Trump is the kid in class who makes a big fuss over a homework question, and now everyone's too embarrassed to sit next to him. I wonder if we'll see Trump's outrage become a new diplomatic strategy. Who needs calm discussions when you can just throw a tantrum and see what falls out of the piñata?
Do you think the BBC was prepared for that level of anger from Trump?
Prepared? Please. The BBC probably just thought they were asking about the weather. Hey, Trump, what's your take on the airstrike involving a school? It's like walking into a lion's den, wearing a meat suit, and asking where the bathroom is. I mean, If they weren't prepared for a volcanic eruption, they should have brought a helmet or at least an umbrella, because that was one storm of emotion they didn't see coming.
What does this say about Trump's leadership style when faced with criticism?
Well, it's like watching a toddler smash their toys when they don't get their way. You can almost hear him shouting, "It's not fair," as he flails around like he's in a marching band made up of one. His leadership style really reflects a my way or the highway mentality, as if criticism is just confetti that he didn't want at his party. It paints the picture of a man who deals with critique the same way most of us deal with spinach, with a grimace and a determination to avoid it at all costs.
Lastly, how does this situation tie into the overall media landscape?
Well, it's like watching a circus where the clowns keep throwing pies at each other while trying to juggle flaming swords. The media landscape is chaotic enough without a former president tossing a grenade into the mix. Trump's outbursts become the headline, and suddenly, serious journalism feels like a game of pin the tail on the donkey, blindfolded. And don't we just love the way that every tweet, every outburst, becomes a news cycle? It's like a dog chasing its tail, but with a lot less grace and a lot more biting.
So, it seems Trump is feeling a bit left out after Xi revealed that Putin is practically a regular at Zhongnanhai. What's your take on this situation?
Well, it's like being the kid who didn't get invited to the birthday party, and then discovering that the resident class clown not only got an invite but also scored the first slice of cake. Trump, in his quest for validation, must have thought he was going to be the life of the geopolitical soiree. And, surprise, she casually drops the fact that Putin's been there more times than a cat visits its vet. The man must have his own parking spot. It's like asking your friend if anyone else is interested in your beautiful new plant, only to find out it's received more visitors than a 5-star restaurant. Classic case of FOMO, fear of missing out, especially when it's on the big boys' table.
What do you think this says about Trump's need for validation from other leaders?
Oh, it's like watching a toddler trying to jump into a pool full of adults. There's a mix of eagerness and sheer terror. Trump seems to thrive on the spotlight like a moth to a flame. And if that flame is a cozy gathering of world leaders, well, he practically breaks out the party hats. It's like he's flipping through an exclusive club membership book going, "Did anyone else get in without me?" You have to admire the persistence, though. It's almost refreshing in a way, like spritzing citrus in a dull room, a little zing amidst the heavy political smoke.
Do you think Xi's revelation was a power move?
Absolutely. It's like playing chess with someone who not only knows the rules but also wrote the rulebook. Z probably leaned back, took a sip of tea, and delivered that bomb with all the finesse of a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Oh, you wanted to feel special? Well, here's the surprise. Vladimir has a VIP pass. He's practically got a suite at the Ritz in Zhongnanhai. It's like greeting an old friend at a reunion and, oops, casually mentioning how the high school quarterback is now the mayor. You can see the deflation on Trump's face, priceless. It's clear that playing the importance game is serious business, and she just upped the ante.
How do you think this will affect US-China relations going forward?
Oh, it's like trying to patch up a relationship after a dramatic breakup. You can put on a happy face, but the tension is as thick as a Thanksgiving turkey. With Trump feeling like he's on the outside looking in, it might reignite that competitive spirit. You know, like when you see your ex thriving on social media after you broke up, and suddenly you're hitting the gym and updating your profile picture every other week. The US-China relationship could either face some turbulence, buckle up, or they could turn this into an odd buddy cop movie where the leads constantly bicker, but somehow manage to save the day together. The drama is just the appetizer. We haven't even gotten to the main course yet.
Should we expect a response from Trump after these comments?
Oh, you can count on it like clockwork. It's like waiting for your grandma to send you cookies every holiday. You just know it's coming. Trump is probably firing up his Twitter fingers as we speak, ready to unleash a storm of tweets that mix bravado with just enough self-pity to make a soap opera plotline look tame. I mean, you can almost hear him saying, "Let me tell you folks, nobody has been more important, believe me." It's the classic playbook. When in doubt, shout louder. He's nothing if not persistent, like a dog with a bone, except this bone is made of international prestige.
In your opinion, is this situation more about personal egos or geopolitical strategies?
Oh, it's a delightful blend of both, isn't it? It's like a fruit salad, where the ego chunks are sporadically drowning in the dressing of political maneuvering. On one hand, you've got Trump with his "look at me, I'm king of the hill" moment, and on the other, Xi is calculating how to keep the upper hand without letting the balloon of importance float too high. It's a classic case of two roosters strutting around the barnyard, puffing out their chests while eyeing each other warily. One misstep, and there's bound to be a squawk. So, yeah, it's a delicate dance, 1 part soap opera, 2 parts chess game, and all of it served with a side of popcorn for us to enjoy.
So, U.S. surveillance is intensifying near Iran's border, with the Boeing E-3B Sentry. What's behind this move?
Ah, the good old USA is back at it again, peering over fences like a nosy neighbor who just can't resist a good gossip session. I mean, it's like they say, if you're not spying on your neighbor, are you really living? The Boeing E-3B Sentry, aka the eye in the sky, is circling like a hawk on a diet, trying to scope out any shifty business. Maybe they're looking for some top-secret recipe for a Persian kebab, or perhaps they just want to confirm that yes, Iran does indeed have that one guy who always forgets to close his curtains. It's all about staying in the loop, folks.
Do you think this increased surveillance is really just about security?
Oh, absolutely. Because, security is just a fancy way of saying, we're really just here to collect everyone's secrets, so we can trade them like Pokemon cards. Don't kid yourself. It's like a geopolitical game of capture the flag, where everyone's flag is hidden in the backyard, and everyone's constantly peeking through the bushes. They're probably just trying to keep their "What's Iran up to?" newsletter subscriptions high. It's like a soap opera, but with more military drones and fewer dramatic cliffhangers.
How does the use of the Boeing E-3B Sentry compare to other surveillance methods?
Well, using the Boeing E-3B Sentry is like opting for a vintage classics car to impress your date, while others are zooming around in their flashy Teslas. Sure, it has a bit of nostalgia attached to it, but let's be real. It's a rolling eye in the sky that looks like it was designed for a game of hide and seek, but it forgot what hiding means. Compared to other surveillance methods like satellites, which are the introverted hermits of the spying world, the Sentry is the life of the party, with a great view, great stories, and a little too much interest in everyone's business.
What are some potential implications of this intensified surveillance?
Oh, implications galore. It's like opening a can of worms but with Moore's explosions and potential geopolitical drama. If there's one thing we know, it's that intensified surveillance can lead to intensified tensions, which is basically the world's worst game of Twister. One wrong move, and suddenly everyone's tangled up and apologizing for stepping on toes. Let's not forget the possibility of Iran feeling like they just got an unsolicited visit from the in-laws. Things can heat up fast, much like the last slice of pizza at a party. People don't want to share, and someone's bound to get burned.
Is this all just a show of strength from the US? Or are there deeper motivations at play?
Oh, it's definitely a show of strength, like flexing in front of the bathroom mirror while you're still in your pajamas. Sure, it looks good at first glance, but deep down, it's mainly about the insecurities. The US wants to project that classic "don't mess with me" vibe. But let's not kid ourselves. This is tangled up in a game of chess, where everyone's trying to outsmart the other, and the pieces are often made out of volatile material. So, while it may look like they're merely strutting their stuff, behind the scenes, it's more about trying to keep all those cards close to the chest while hoping Iran doesn't decide to reveal their hand first.
Could this surveillance lead to actual military conflict?
Ah, the big question. It's like asking if a toddler with a crayon is going to draw on the walls. It's highly likely and totally unpredictable. Increased surveillance is like tossing a match into a barrel of fireworks. You never really know whether it's going to end up with a grand finale or a sad little fizzle. The stakes are high, and tensions could flare up faster than a celebrity feud on Twitter. But hey, let's just all agree to hope that cooler heads prevail, because nobody wants to be the adult who starts World War III over a game of peekaboo.
So, it looks like US intelligence has released a report that points to some bureaucratic issues, rather than biological warfare theories in Ukraine.
What do you think about this revelation?
Ah yes, the classic bureaucratic mix-up, like accidentally sending your grandma's birthday card to your dentist. It seems our intelligence agencies are more tangled than a pair of earphones fresh out of your pocket. Apparently, their biggest concern was tracking funding and ensuring ethical standards, rather than running a secret lab for mutant virus creation. Who knew the biggest threat was just government paperwork and a complete disregard for a filing system? Makes you wonder if the real weapons of mass destruction are just misplaced documents.
Marco Marsili emphasizes the importance of separating internal audits from accusations of biological warfare. Why is this distinction so crucial?
Oh, it's vital. It's like distinguishing between a chef adding salt to a recipe and someone trying to poison the whole banquet. If we muddle these two together, we might as well assume every accountant is trying to embezzle the company's fortunes. So, according to Masili, it's all about transparency and risk assessment, which sounds delightful until you realize that's just code for, let's keep our ducks in a row while the world might be ending. Nothing like a good audit to put a halt on global panic, right?
Marsili also mentioned that U.S. funding for laboratories in the post-Soviet states has been publicly known for decades. How does that play into the conspiracy theories?
Well, it's like the worst-kept secret in the world. It's as if we found out that Santa Claus is just a guy in a red suit, taking a break at the local diner. But in this case, conspiracy theorists seem to think that funding these labs means we're just baking up biological cocktails like it's a happy hour special. Newsflash: funding for security doesn't translate into, let's unleash a virus on unsuspecting citizens. That's a plot twist even Hollywood wouldn't buy. But hey, when you've got a good conspiracy to spread, who needs facts?
What motivated the U.S. to conduct such audits on biological research facilities?
Oh, you know, the usual suspects. Ethics, transparency, and a desperate need to avoid turning into the villain in a sci-fi movie. They realized that if we're going to be throwing money at labs in places like Ukraine, we might want to make sure they're not also hosting a secret zombie apocalypse training camp. I mean, in a world where all it takes is one viral TikTok to spark a panic, auditing seems like a wise decision. Better safe than sorry, right? Let's keep the apocalypse to the movies, please.
Can you shed light on the effect of political and intelligence reviews on these laboratories?
Sure thing. Think of these reviews as the school principal checking in on the cafeteria. Nobody wants to see what's brewing behind those closed doors, especially if it involves questionable meatloaf and expired milk. Marsili is basically saying that these reviews are to ensure that our scientific chefs are actually cooking something safe, rather than preparing a toxic stew. And with political scrutiny, we can bet that lab techs are sweating bullets about their cafeteria food rather than concocting biological horrors. So, is it reassuring? Yes. Does it thrill conspiracy theorists? Not a chance.
What are the implications of all this for the ongoing conflict in Ukraine?
Ah, the eternal question. It's like asking what the implications of a flat tire are for a road trip. You're definitely going to have a rough ride ahead. But according to Marsili, keeping an eye on these labs could prevent accidental outbreaks, instead of making Ukraine the next setting for a horror movie. It's all about balancing the scales. We want research to thrive without turning into a mad scientist's playground amidst the chaos. So, while the world turns to chaos, let's at least not add inadvertent bioweapon release to the list of global concerns. That's just asking for trouble.
So, tell us about this new Lavrov meme taking the internet by storm. It seems to have really caught people's attention, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. This meme is like that unexpected surprise you find at the bottom of a cereal box, except instead of a plastic toy, it's Lavrov's hilarious one-liners that could probably win an Oscar for Best Supporting Role in a tragicomedy. I mean, when someone is caught in a phone drama that seems more intense than a reality show reunion, you just know the internet will have a field day. It's like Lavrov's phone is auditioning for a soap opera. Can you imagine the emotional turmoil? Will it ring? Won't it ring? The tension is palpable.
What do you think prompted Lavrov to make those calls to action in the meme?
Ah yes, the classic Lavrov. It's like watching a cat trying to decide whether to jump into a box or take a nap instead. You just know he's juggling international diplomacy with the grace of a circus clown on a unicycle. Those calls to action? They're probably his way of saying, hey everyone, this is my serious face. Oh wait, I forgot my phone, quick, someone call a diplomat. Because clearly, in a world of chaos, the best solution is to just start taking drastic measures against inanimate objects.
And what about that line? Look, can you leave us? I am not joking. What's your take on its significance?
Oh, that line is gold. It's a timeless masterpiece that captures that exact moment when you're trying to have a serious conversation and your friend just won't stop talking about their cat's latest antics. It's like Lavrov is saying, this is no time for kitten videos, people. We're on the brink of a global crisis here. Honestly, it's the kind of exasperation that every parent feels when they just want 5 minutes of peace while their kid is trying to negotiate snack time. Who knew diplomatic language could double as parenting advice?
Now, what about the part where someone says, Sir, excuse me. If you don't surrender your phone, they will take out the gun. What's going on there?
Oh, this is just classic internet humor at work. It's like a scene straight out of a bad cop movie, where the phone represents all our bad habits and questionable life choices. I mean, let's be honest, if phones had feelings, they'd probably be staging a rebellion right about now. Every time you glance at your screen instead of your friend, your phone's probably plotting world domination. And here we are, with Lavrov casually suggesting that giving up our phones could save lives. Honestly, it's like trading a loaded gun for a banana. It's absurd, but hey, at least no one's getting hurt by potassium.
So, how do you think people are reacting to the meme? Is it resonating with anyone besides meme enthusiasts?
Oh, you bet it is. This meme has transcended the realm of meme enthusiasts and is now basically a universal language. People from all walks of life are connecting over Lavrov's phone drama, like it's the new anthem for international diplomacy. Put down the phone and negotiate like a grown-up. It's like the meme equivalent of a group therapy session where everyone's sharing their own phone-related crises. I was just trying to order pizza, but here I am, negotiating a peace treaty with my smartphone. Who knew that Lavrov's confusion over technology would spark such a worldwide unity? Let's just hope no one tries to take their phones into the negotiation room.
So, tell me about the uproar for surrounding German Chancellor Merz's speech. Was he asking for a round of applause or a protest?
Oh, he was definitely asking for a protest. You see, when you accuse an entire generation of being lazy, it's sort of like throwing a party and declaring the food is terrible. You'll get a reaction, but probably not one you want. Climate activists decided to take their grievances to the stage, armed with placards and a sense of righteous indignation. Essentially, they turned his speech into a climate-themed interpretive dance, which was less a night on Broadway and more a night of regrettable decisions.
Why do you think Merz brought up the comparison with Switzerland?
Ah, the classic comparison game. It's like saying, well, my neighbor's dog can fetch a stick better than yours, so your dog must be lazy. What Merz didn't realize is that comparing work ethics can turn into an international game of whose grass is greener. Spoiler alert, it's not about the grass, it's about who's mowing it. Maybe if he had mentioned the Swiss chocolate instead, he would have gotten fewer boos and more chocolate lovers in the crowd.
How did the activists respond to his claims about youth laziness?
They responded with a flair for the dramatic, like a Shakespearean play gone wrong. Instead of persuading him with polite debates and well-researched papers, they chose to disrupt his speech with placards. You might say they were giving him a little taste of the chaos he was encouraging by criticizing them. Who knew that laziness could be cured with a bit of cardboard and a Sharpie? I guess they figured it's hard to be lazy when you're literally standing up for your future.
What does this reaction say about the current youth's engagement with climate issues?
It says they're awake and ready to rumble. Forget the stereotype of the lazy millennial. These young activists are practically the avengers of the climate crisis. They don't have capes, but they do have passion, and let me tell you, that can be way more powerful than a cape-flapping hero. It's like they say, why sleep in when you can save the world? So, in a sense, they're not just embracing their responsibilities. They're practically throwing a climate party and inviting everyone to join.
Do you think this kind of public outcry helps or hinders the conversation about climate change?
Well, it's like putting a dog and a cat in a room together. It's messy, but it sure makes for some entertaining moments. On one hand, the commotion draws attention to the issue, creating conversations that might have stayed in the shadows. On the other, it can overshadow the very points they're trying to make. It's complicated, like trying to explain IKEA furniture assembly without yelling. So sure, it's helpful, yet it might leave you confused and wondering where that extra screw went.
What would you say is the takeaway from this incident?
The takeaway is simple. If you're going to criticize the younger generation, you better come prepared with evidence and possibly some snacks. Otherwise, you might end up getting a pelting of protest signs instead of applause. It's a reminder that today's youth won't sit in silence while their futures are at stake. They want to make some noise. And let's be honest, who doesn't love a good showdown? It spices up the political landscape like hot sauce on a bland meal.
So, can you tell us about the recent news regarding Europe's diesel reserves plummeting?
Ah yes, Europe's diesel reserves taking a nosedive like a flapping seagull with a hangover. It's like the continent decided that keeping the lights on and the cars running was just too mainstream. In just a few weeks, we might see people push their vehicles like it's the great European car push of 2023. Who needs fossil fuels anyway? Let's all leap into the future with our bicycles and a prayer.
What does this mean for everyday citizens in Europe?
Well, you can imagine folks in Europe are going to see this, just like they see a dentist appointment. You know it's going to be painful, and you wish you could just avoid it altogether. Picture it. People lining up at gas stations, but instead of fuel, they'll be filling their tanks with hope and despair. Who knew the shortage of diesel would make carpooling the new trend? I can already hear the hipsters embracing it as an eco-friendly adventure.
Has there been any response from European leaders regarding the crisis?
Oh, absolutely. You can bet they're responding with the usual mix of panic and coffee-fueled roundtable discussions, probably in a fancy castle somewhere. You know, the kind of response where they promise to look into it while sipping on artisanal lattes. It's like when your Wi-Fi goes out and your solution is to stare blankly at the router instead of just resetting it. Brilliant strategy, right? Let's hope it works as well as that.
Are there any immediate solutions being proposed to tackle this issue?
Sure, they might propose some great ideas like switching to renewable energy, or wait for it, slowing down on those diesel engines. Brilliant. Why didn't we think of that before? Let's just start using unicorn tears and fairy dusts instead. Honestly, we might as well give everyone a bicycle and a whistle while we're at it. But really, unless they're planning to manufacture some new miracle fuel, it's going to be a bumpy ride, literally.
What could this crisis mean for the future of energy in Europe?
Oh, it's the perfect recipe for guesswork. Kind of like trying to predict the plot of a soap opera. Lots of twists, turns, and let's face it, more drama than a Shakespearean tragedy. If this keeps up, we might see Europe leading the charge into the electric car era, or just going back to the Stone Age with wheelbarrows. Can't wait to see how they pitch that to tourists. Welcome to Europe, where we're living out our fossil fuel-free fantasy. Sounds like a hit.
So, Cuba is joining BRICS while dodging US sanctions. What does that mean for international relations?
Well, you see, it's like Cuba is that kid in school who, despite being banned from every sports event by the teacher, aka the US, still manages to throw a massive party on the weekend and invites all the cool kids. Joining BRICS is Cuba's way of saying, hey, look at me, I'm relevant. Meanwhile, Lavrov is like a diplomat on a roller coaster, trying to explain to India why Cuba is still a viable friend, despite being under sanctions. It's a diplomatic dance, but I wouldn't call it graceful. More like a three-legged race with a potato sack.
How do sanctions actually affect Cuba's economy?
Oh, sanctions are like a diet for Cuba. Nobody really likes them, but they keep trying to make it work. Imagine trying to eat healthy while your fridge is stocked with nothing but kale and sadness. The economy gets lean, mean, and a bit more creative with its survival tactics. You know, it's like when you open your cupboard and find just one can of beans and some expired mustard. You've got to get inventive. Cuba's been cooking up some diplomatic dishes, and I can only hope they don't use salt from the tears of their economy.
What do you think Lavrov meant by struggles in diplomatic talks with India?
Oh, Lavrov is like the guy at a bar trying to convince his friend that he can totally get the attention of that attractive person across the room, only to realize they're not even looking his way. He's probably sweating bullets, trying to figure out how to spin the whole Cuba situation as a positive, while India's just casually scrolling through their phone, It's a classic case of attempting to sell sand in the desert, my friend. Good luck with that.
Is there a future for Cuba in BRICS amidst these sanctions?
If Cuba were a movie character, it'd be the underdog in a Rocky sequel, coming out of the shadows to prove they've still got the fight in them. BRICS is like a clubhouse, and Cuba's applying for membership with a resume that's got struggling economy written all over it. But hey, sometimes the unexpected heroes emerge stronger than ever, right? Let's just hope Cuba doesn't trip over its own shoelaces on the way in.
What would you say is Cuba's biggest challenge in this new alliance?
When joining BRICS, Cuba's biggest challenge is akin to a cat trying to fit into a dog's world. It's all about finding your place without getting bitten. The challenge is balancing its own needs and the expectations of its new buddies. It's sort of like showing up to a potluck with a casserole when everyone else brought gourmet dishes. You want to show up strong, but you might attract a few sideways glances and some light-hearted jabs. Oh, Cuba, you brought that again? But hey, every friendship starts somewhere.
How should we interpret Lavrov's comments on U.S. sanctions?
Lavrov's comments on U.S. sanctions are like a magician attempting to pull a rabbit from a hat, but the hat is empty, and the rabbit's gone rogue, like the sanctions themselves. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors going on, trying to convince the audience that everything is fine and dandy, while behind the scenes, it's more like a circus on fire. He's trying to paint a pretty picture, but the reality is that the U.S. sanctions are more of a persistent rash that just won't go away, no matter how much diplomacy cream you apply.
So, Trump says he might agree to a 20-year nuclear halt with Iran, but he's putting a lot of emphasis on trust and guarantees. What's the deal with that?
Yes, Trump and trust, like mixing oil and water or a cat and a bathtub. It's a sight nobody really wants to see, yet here we are. Apparently, he thinks a 20-year nuclear freeze is about as easy as asking Iran to play by the rules, which is like asking a toddler to share their candy. Sure, it sounds good in theory, but when you consider the track record of both sides, it's more like trusting a magician not to pull a rabbit out of an empty hat. I mean, who needs guarantees when you can just close your eyes and hope for the best? Nothing like a little wishful thinking to keep global politics spicy.
Is he really suggesting that a couple of decades can fix the trust issues between two countries with a long history of, let's say, not being the best of friends?
Absolutely. Because nothing screams trust like a 2-decade pause on nuclear activities, right? It's like saying, hey Iran, let's take a 20-year timeout, and when we're done, maybe we can sit down for tea and crumpets. Who needs a solid relationship when you can just throw a couple of decades into the mix? It's like trying to fix a leaky roof by waiting for the rain to stop. Spoiler alert. It doesn't work that way. They say time heals all wounds, but in international relations, it just seems to create more band-aids.
What do you think are the realistic chances of this actually happening?
Realistic chances? Oh, that's a fun topic. It's about as likely as finding Bigfoot doing the cha-cha in Times Square. Sure, it sounds like a grand idea on paper, but in reality, it's more complicated than assembling IKEA furniture without the instructions. You've got political agendas, existing tensions, and let's not forget the fact that both sides might just be tuning up for their next round of who can out-nuke who. It's like putting two cats in a bag and hoping they come out with a coherent plan. Good luck with that.
What kind of guarantees do you think Trump is looking for from Iran?
Guarantees. The elusive unicorn of diplomacy. One might think he wants a handwritten note from Iran, promising not to blow anything up for the next 20 years, sealed with a kiss. But let's be real. The only guarantees in politics are that someone's going to get the short end of the stick. If I were Iran, I'd probably guarantee nothing more than a promise to keep the lights on during negotiations, because at least that's a promise you can count on. Honestly, it's like asking a kid not to eat the cookies when you're not looking. Good luck enforcing that.
So, what's the takeaway from this situation?
The takeaway? Well, folks, grab your popcorn because this is going to be one juicy thriller. We're dealing with a situation where trust is about as sturdy as a house of cards in a windstorm. The takeaway is that in geopolitics, actions speak louder than promises, and the only guarantee is that everyone will continue to talk circles around each other until they get dizzy. So, if you're waiting for a fairy tale ending here, you might want to adjust your expectations. This one's more of a sitcom with a lot of awkward pauses and questionable decisions.
Any final thoughts on this whole nuclear pause proposal?
Oh, just that it's a lovely cocktail of hope and skepticism served with a twist of irony. It's like suggesting we all take a 20-year break from adulting while we figure out our lives. Sure, it sounds like a great plan, until the laundry piles up and the bills start screaming for attention. In the world of international relations, such proposals are often more about optics than actual change, like putting on a nice shirt for a Zoom call while still wearing pajama bottoms. So let's raise a glass to the next 2 decades of fruitful discussions, because if nothing else, it'll give us plenty of material for future comedy shows.
So, Lithuania is calling for more active allies as it leads NATO defense spending and strengthens the U.S. presence. What's the big deal about that?
Oh, just your typical Tuesday in the world of international relations. Lithuania is waving its hands like a kid in class trying to get attention while saying, "Hey America, we need your friends to step up and play nice." It's like when you realize you're the only one in your friend group who actually shows up to the gym, while the rest are couch surfing, and now they want those slackers to join in too. Because let's be real, no one likes to lift weights alone. At this rate, Lithuania is basically saying, we can't be the only ones picking up the slack here. Let's get the whole gang involved in this defense spending party.
What do you think prompted Lithuania to take such a strong stance?
Well, picture this. Lithuania standing at the edge of a cliff with a megaphone, shouting into the void about how it's tired of being the only one packing snacks for this global security picnic. They've been leading NATO defense spending like it's a race where they forgot to check the brakes on their shopping cart. It's like when your buddy throws a barbecue and you show up with burgers while everyone else brings potato chips and soft drinks. Lithuania probably realized that, while it's fantastic that they're flexing their military muscles, it's hard to keep lifting those weights without a spotter, or worse, without anyone else showing up to the gym. They've got a let's not go broke saving the world vibe going on.
How does this call for more active allies affect NATO as a whole?
Oh, it's like watching a dysfunctional family drama unfold. We've got Lithuania, the responsible older sibling, making sure everyone is staying on track while the rest of NATO lounges around in their pajamas, binge-watching Netflix. If Lithuania keeps making these calls, it's going to make all the allies look like they've got a case of the don't wanna be responsible blues. This isn't just a friendly request. It's more like Lithuania is issuing an ultimatum: either step up, or I'm taking your dessert. Rest assured, NATO members will be scrambling to find their gym shoes, or at least their negotiable defense contracts, trying to keep up with Lithuania's newfound ambition.
What do you think will be the response from other NATO allies?
Oh, they'll probably respond like a cat who's just been splashed with water, shocked and slightly offended. Initially, they might raise their eyebrows and whisper to each other, Did Lithuania just call us out? But then comes the awkward realization that they might actually have to take Lithuania seriously. I mean, nobody wants to look like the friend who always cancels plans at the last minute, right? Expect a lot of diplomatic, "Oh, us? We were totally planning to step it up," kind of responses, while behind the scenes they're all Googling how to increase military spending without breaking the bank. Because let's face it, no one wants to be labeled the dead weight in this military tug of war.
What are the implications for the US presence in Lithuania?
Well, if the US presence in Lithuania were a movie, we'd be looking at a sequel where the main character suddenly becomes the star and demands a bigger paycheck. Lithuania's asking for more active involvement, which means Uncle Sam might just pack his bags and not only show up, but maybe even bring some friends. Because what's a party without a few extra guests, right? The implications are huge. It's like putting the fun in funding, where the US gets to flex its global influence and go, "Look at us, we're a team." But if they're not careful, they might just end up overpromising and under-delivering, turning it into a military biggest loser reunion, where everyone's pledging to get fit, but ends up just eating the pizza instead.
In your opinion, how does this reflect on global security dynamics?
Ah, the sweet smell of global security dynamics. Like a well-cooked stew that's been left on the stove a little too long. This whole situation shows us that while some nations are trying to cook up a storm in the kitchen, others are just throwing in random ingredients and hoping for the best. Lithuania is kind of like the chef who's finally had enough of the mystery meat on the menu. They want everyone to have a stake in this stew of security, and honestly, who can blame them? When one country starts breaking cooking rules, it's only a matter of time before the entire kitchen goes up in flames. This is a wake-up call for other nations to not just sit back and let Lithuania do all the heavy lifting, or they might just find themselves in a Master Chef challenge they didn't sign up for.
So, we have Ukrainian drones showing up in Greece. Can you break down what's going on here?
Oh sure. Picture this, a Ukrainian drone, which apparently had its own ideas about a last-minute vacation, ends up on the sunny shores of Greece. You know, just casually taking a detour, like it's on a joyride. The drone tried to fly straight but had a technical hiccup. Possibly because it was programmed by someone who was still half asleep after their third cup of coffee. Now Greek fishermen found it, and I bet they thought it was just another day at work until they realized it wasn't a new type of fishing lure.
What are the implications of this drone being armed?
Well, it's like finding a loaded piñata at a kid's birthday party, except instead of candy, it's just a whole lot of questions and a potential disaster. Greece's defense minister confirmed it was armed, which I assume sent a few shockwaves through the party planning committee. But Ukraine says, "Not our drone. It clearly got lost on its way to a tech conference." So, we have intelligence trying to piece together the puzzle, like a bunch of kids trying to figure out how to assemble IKEA furniture without the instructions.
It seems like there's a lot of investigation going on. What are they trying to find out?
Oh, you bet. They're dissecting that drone like it's a biology project gone wrong. They're on a quest to determine where it came from, where it was going, and why it chose Greece over, I don't know, a beach resort somewhere. They're looking into metadata, which sounds like an IT department's dream. The biggest twist? They're also considering Libya as a potential launch point. I mean, maybe it just wanted to go for a scenic coastal tour before going on a mission. Fuel levels, encrypted data. It's like a secret agent movie, only the lead is a drone barely making it off the ground.
Do you think the malfunction plays a big role in this investigation?
Absolutely. It's like the drone got a bad case of stage fright just before the big performance. Here it is, ready to take on the world, and boom. Malfunction. If the malfunction wasn't part of the plan, we're left wondering if it was a hiccup or a full-on meltdown. Investigators are probably looking at each other saying, "Great, now we have to explain to the world why this high-tech toy malfunctioned like a cheap knockoff from a seat sale." It's less Mission Impossible and more Mission Impediment at this point.
What about the response from Ukraine?
Ukraine's response? Oh sure, it's like a kid caught with their hand in the cookie jar only to yell, "It wasn't me, it was the Cookie Monster." They're furiously denying any ownership, likely hoping the tech problems will throw everyone off the scent. Meanwhile, their defense team is out there doing the cha-cha of denial, full of elegance and a hint of desperation. You can bet they're rallying the troops, saying, "Don't panic. Just blame it on a rogue drone that thought it could audition for the latest spy flick."
What can we learn from all of this drama?
Well, if there's anything to take from this, it's that international espionage may involve a lot of running around, but it's also full of unexpected drama. I mean, how often do you find a drone in a Greek fishing village? That's not exactly what you'd call your average Tuesday. It's a reminder that in the world of military tech, things often go off course, literally. Maybe next time they'll include GPS or just hire a local captain to navigate. Because clearly, this drone had a case of wanderlust that it couldn't quite handle.
So, Trump says they've completed 70 to 75% of their mission in Iran and plans to finish it. What do you make of that?
Ah yes, the classic 70-75% completion rate. It's like saying, "I've cooked dinner but I only remember the salt and forgot the actual dish." I mean, do we get a trophy for partial achievements these days? Maybe just the best effort participation ribbon? What's next? Trump coming back with a mission not quite accomplished. Banner like it's a holiday celebration? One can only imagine the press conference. "We were really close, folks. Just a few more rounds of golf away from success."
What do you think of the potential implications of him saying they'll return to finish the job?
Implications? Oh, they're as clear as mud. It's like promising your dog you'll take him to the park tomorrow, but tomorrow never comes. Meanwhile, the dog's out there planning his own escape route. I can see the headlines now. Trump, the return of the mission. It's practically a movie sequel, and I can already hear the dramatic music. What's next? A merchandise line. Finish the job, now available in t-shirt form. Sure. Let's pump up those box office numbers while we're at it.
Do you think there's a chance they really could go back and finish the job?
Oh, absolutely. And I'll personally sell you a bridge while we're at it. I mean, we all know how well those attempts at completion turned out last time. They should really just add Mission Impossible to the title at this point. They might as well include a stunt double, because it sounds like they're just flipping a coin and hoping for heads. Honestly, it's like watching someone try to fix their Wi-Fi by yelling at the router. Good luck with that, buddy.
How do you think the public will react to this statement?
Public reaction? Well, it's going to be like watching a soap opera with more plot twists than a season of The Bachelor. The fans are either going to cheer with popcorn ready or laugh so hard they spill it everywhere. You know the drill. Some will believe he's the superhero we need, while others will treat it like that time you thought you could eat the last slice of pizza without anyone noticing. In reality, everyone's got their eyes on you, waiting for that slice to be handed around.
What do you think about the timing of the statement? Is it politically motivated?
Oh, timing is everything, isn't it? This is like throwing a surprise birthday party when you forgot your friend's birthday completely. Trump's timing couldn't be more perfect. Just when you thought it was a quiet news week, he swoops in like the hero of a low-budget action flick. Politically motivated? I'd say it's more like a strategic Hail Mary in a game that nobody really wants to play anymore. It's all about getting those headlines, and maybe shaking hands while pointing at a map, hoping nobody notices the strings attached.
Finally, what's next for the Trump administration after this statement?
Oh, just your average day at the office? Maybe a press release about a new line of Trump-branded "Mission Accomplished" coffee mugs? I can already see them flying off the shelves faster than hotcakes. And let's not forget some heartfelt tweets where he mentions nobody knows more about missions than him. I say we buckle up, folks. We're on a roller coaster with no safety bar and a few questionable loop-de-loops ahead. Grab the popcorn, this show is far from over.
So, it seems like Trump's and Xi's body language during their meetings reveals some surprising diplomatic styles amidst all the tension. What do you make of that?
Oh, absolutely. It's like watching two penguins waddle awkwardly on thin ice, trying to maintain their balance while secretly plotting to steal each other's fish. Trump, with his presidential penchant for warm hugs, or gentle pats, seems to be auditioning for the role of America's sweetheart when he's with Xi. Meanwhile, Xi's all business, like your friend who shows up to a potluck with a kale salad while the rest of us bring pizza. There's no wrestling over the handshake here. In fact, it's more like a polite exchange of pleasantries that says, "Let's not start World War III today, shall we?" Body language, my friend, is the real international language, even if it sometimes looks more like interpretive dance gone wrong.
What do you think these interactions tell us about their overall relationship?
Well, it's like a bad marriage where they're both just trying to keep the peace during the holidays. Trump's bird-like enthusiasm, careening around, looking to break the ice with a friendly nudge, contrasts sharply with Xi's calm demeanor that says, "I'd rather be negotiating peace treaties than playing patty cake with you." It's like watching two awkward high schoolers at prom. One wants to bust a move, and the other's just hoping to survive the evening without stepping on anyone's toes. And yet, here they are, trying to dance through their differences. One sidestepping with style, and the other strategically placed to avoid a toe-stubbing disaster.
Why do you think they approach each other so differently when it comes to body language?
Oh, that's easy. Trump operates on the more is more principle, making every handshake a potential Olympic event, while Xi is like the minimalist artist who shows up with a blank canvas and calls it profound. You've got Trump leaning in and dishing out pats like he's casting for The Voice, trying to win Xi over with charm, while Xi's over there like, "I communicate through PowerPoints and calm nods, thank you very much." Their body language is essentially a game of chess. Trump is the flashy knight hoping to surprise with a leap, and Xi's the king, standing still but always a few moves ahead, plotting to checkmate without any fanfare. It's a masterclass in how to keep your enemies close while making absolutely no promises. Definitely not the ideal masterclass for polite social gatherings.
Do you think this means they might be looking for more diplomatic cooperation?
Oh, sure. It's like watching two cats on the same windowsill. There's a certain level of tolerance, sure. But you can bet your last tuna treat that the claws are still at the ready. They're both easing into cooperation like they're trying on a new pair of shoes. Sure, they look great together, but are they really going to survive a marathon together? Trump's highlighting investments and oil, while Xi's focused on Taiwan. Nothing says teamwork like discussing the things that really grind each other's gears. So, yeah, you could say they're playing nice, but let's not forget that under the table, someone's probably plotting to knock a piece off the table.
With both leaders approaching cooperation differently, How does that impact the global stage?
Ah, the global stage, our delightful circus of politics. It's like having a juggling act where one clown is throwing bombs, figuratively speaking, of course, while the other is balancing a plate of diplomatic cookies, and you just know that at any second, someone's going to drop a pie in the audience's face. Their interaction could signal the world that, hey, maybe they're not about to declare war over TikTok bans just yet. But the reality is that even as they bring the world's nations into this weird tango of risk management, we're all sitting in the front row with popcorn, anxiously waiting for the next act. Will it be cooperation or chaos? Spoiler alert, probably both.
In terms of practical outcomes, what should we really be looking for after these meetings?
Practical outcomes? Well, that's like expecting to get a solid thank you from your cat after feeding it. You might hope for a diplomatic win, but you're more likely to get a dismissive flick of the tail. We should be hunting for actual policy changes that don't sound like two toddlers arguing over a toy truck. Keep an eye out for actual agreements that don't just read like a press release about who smiled first or who pats whom on the back the best. The real test will be what comes next. If we see some movement on global trade or climate initiatives, then we might be onto something. If not, we just got treated to an uncomfortable family dinner with discussions about who's taking the last slice of pie. Everyone's nice on the surface, but underneath, the tension could cut glass.
So, Hezbollah just released this drone footage claiming it attacked an Israeli military vehicle in southern Lebanon. What do you make of this?
Oh, just another day in the neighborhood where the local drone enthusiast takes things a bit too far. I mean, if I had a drone, I'd probably just use it to capture my cat's best angles or maybe to spy on my neighbor's barbecues. But Hezbollah? No, they're out here filming their own version of Top Gun, the drone edition. It's like they've watched one too many action movies and thought, hey, let's turn the Middle East into our own personal Hollywood set.
What do you think this might mean for the regional tensions in the area?
Oh, just a little sprinkle of chaos on top of the already steaming hot mess that is Middle Eastern politics. It's like adding a little cayenne to a dish that's already too spicy. Tensions are so high that even my anxiety has taken a vacation and is lounging on a beach somewhere. Honestly, I half expect to see a diplomatic summit turning into a game of dodgeball soon. Remember, folks, when it comes to peace talks, it's all about avoiding the flying objects, whether they're drones or those awkward silences.
What do you think is the public's reaction to this footage?
The public reaction. It's like watching a car crash in slow motion. Some people are glued to their screens, popcorn in hand, ready for the next thrilling episode of As the World Turns, while others are just scrolling through their feeds, like it's just another day of cat videos. Social media is probably ablaze with opinions, memes, and that one guy who thinks he can single-handedly solve the problems with a webinar. The usual mix of outrage, conspiracy theories, and some wise guy saying, hey, why don't they just settle this over a game of chess? Because nothing says peace like a good old-fashioned checkmate.
Could this footage impact any ongoing negotiations in the region?
Impact negotiations? Oh, absolutely. It's like throwing a live grenade into a tea party. Negotiations were already precarious, like balancing a bike on a tightrope, and now they've been handed a drone video that's sure to have both sides pointing fingers and saying, look what they did. It's like adding fuel to a fire that was already burning higher than my neighbor's barbecue grill on the 4th of July. I imagine negotiators in the room will be looking at each other, trying to suppress laughter while thinking, did we really need a drone to make things more dramatic? Spoiler alert, yes, we did.
What's next for Hezbollah after releasing this footage?
Ah, the age-old question, what's next? They've probably got a whole marketing team behind this, planning a press tour, some merch, like Hezbollah, the musical, or maybe a documentary series called Drones of the Middle East. I mean, why stop at one viral moment when you can create a whole franchise? Their PR department must be having a field day, throwing out hashtags left and right. Seriously though, expect them to either double down and escalate, or backtrack faster than someone caught in a lie at a family dinner. Either way, it's going to be a wild ride.
Lastly, how do you see the world responding to this drone footage?
Oh, the world's response will be as predictable as my morning coffee routine. Expect a lot of head shaking, eye rolling, and maybe a few surprise comments from politicians who are probably still trying to figure out which way is up. It's like watching a soap opera where the plot twists keep getting crazier. Only this time, there are drones involved. Some countries will condemn it, others will give a tacit thumbs up because, let's face it, everyone's got their hidden agendas. And somewhere, someone will start yelling about international law like it's a magic spell that can solve everything. Spoiler: it won't.
So, let's talk about that bizarre encounter between Z and Stephen Miller. What was that all about?
Ah yes, the moment when Xi Jinping shook hands with Stephen Miller, and I swear the handshake lasted longer than most celebrity marriages. Watching Xi's face was like witnessing a cat stare at a cucumber, utterly confused, slightly horrified, and probably wondering how on earth he ended up in this episode of What in the World is Happening? You could almost see the wheels turning in his head. Is this guy for real, or did I accidentally step onto the set of a political satire show? It was a priceless moment that could surely sell for millions if turned into a meme. I mean, who knew diplomatic handshakes could give us such top-tier entertainment?
What do you think was going through Sa's mind during that handshake?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Z was thinking, what did I do to deserve this? Did I accidentally insult the wrong fortune cookie? I mean, there he was, the leader of one of the largest nations on the planet, shaking hands with a man who looks like he fell out of a conspiracy theory meeting. You can practically see the thought bubbles hovering over Xi's head. Do I need to sanitize my hands now? Or, this is what American politics has come to. I wouldn't be surprised if he started drafting a new diplomatic strategy called Avoid Stephen at all costs right there on the spot.
What does this encounter say about US-China relations?
Oh, it's a classic case of we might need to talk, but I really don't want to. It's like seeing your ex at a party when you're trying to enjoy yourself. The awkwardness is palpable. Xi's expression was like that of a dad trying to understand TikTok, just bewildered and possibly regretting every life choice that led him to this moment. It shows that US-China relations are about as stable as a house of cards in a windstorm, with the added spice of unpredictable characters like Miller. If this keeps up, we might as well add a new segment to the news. What will Xi and Stephen mull over next?
Do you think this is a big deal or just a social media moment?
Oh, it's definitely a social media goldmine, isn't it? If I had $1 for every meme that came out of that handshake, I'd be richer than Jeff Bezos after a weekend sale. This moment is like the cherry on top of a sundae we didn't ask for and probably didn't need. Sure, in the grand scheme of geopolitics, it may not shift the tectonic plates, but in terms of social media, it's like a celebrity sighting, where you instantly regret not bringing your phone for a selfie. It's a big deal for influencers and keyboard warriors. But in reality, it's more like watching two ships pass in the night. One's a cargo vessel, and the other's a rusty old fishing boat.
What's your prediction for future meetings between these two?
Well, if they continue to meet, I predict they'll need a new translator, one fluent in awkwardness. Future meetings might just involve C staring incredulously at this walking embodiment of a bad haircut and questionable policy decisions, as if he's trying to decipher the meaning of life during a midlife crisis. I can totally see a future where they just exchange awkward glances across the table, while their aides break the silence by suggesting they just stick to email for the sake of world peace. It's a marvel of diplomacy, or more like a circus act without a safety net.
Any final thoughts on this encounter?
Oh, absolutely. I think we can all agree that Shizi's expression quickly became the international equivalent of an eye roll, embodying the sentiment we've all felt when introduced to that one person at a party who seems to have taken a wrong turn somewhere in life. It's like watching a game of chess where one player is playing checkers, utterly baffling. In the grand tapestry of international relations, this handshake is just a colorful stitch that makes you say, "Did that really just happen?" It's a reminder that diplomacy can be just as entertaining as reality TV, especially when unexpected characters enter the scene.
So, in a shocking turn of events, Russia and Ukraine are exchanging the bodies of soldiers, 526 for 41. What are your thoughts on this tragic situation?
Well, it's always heartwarming to see nations trying to outdo each other, but in a totally grim and macabre way. It's as if they're playing a game of extreme poker, but instead of chips, they're betting bodies. Can you imagine the negotiations? "I'll throw in another 100 dead, but you have to up your ante by at least 20. Deal?" It's almost like a grim charity event, except instead of raising funds for a good cause, they're just raising eyebrows and the death toll. And honestly, 526 to 41? It's like bringing a bazooka to a squirt gun fight. They say war is hell, but this just feels like a really bad episode of The Price is Right with no winners.
What does this exchange signify in the context of the ongoing conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
Oh, it signifies that both sides are still very much in the business of exchanging human lives like they're trading baseball cards. "I'll trade you a doubleheader for a rare variant." It's a stark reminder that behind all the bravado and propaganda, we're talking about real people with families. In a way, it's like they're screaming, "Hey, we're still at each other's throats, but let's do a little swap meet for the fallen." It's tragic, yes, but also a bit absurd. I guess they figured it's better to have a body count exchange program than to send Christmas cards, right? Because who wouldn't want to get that in the mail?
This exchange seems quite lopsided. How do you think it affects the morale of both nations?
Oh, it's bound to be a morale booster for Ukraine, right? I can just imagine their celebrations. "We got 526, call the party planners." Meanwhile, Russia is probably sitting there like, "Did we just lose the trade war? We should have gone for bigger numbers." It's like a high school sports game, where one team scored 1,000 goals, and the other team is still figuring out how to tie their shoelaces. Morale is low when you're counting bodies instead of victories. It's almost poetic. The more bodies you have, the more it feels like a grim Monopoly game where nobody wins. Just a lot of go-to-jail cards being handed out.
Do you think this exchange will have any impact on the diplomatic front?
Impact on diplomacy? Oh, absolutely. This is the kind of gesture that makes you want to hug your enemy, or at least high-five them from a safe distance. It's like saying, "Hey, we may be trying to annihilate each other, but look, we can still do business together," in a morbid sort of way. It's almost as if they're saying, "Let's keep the communication lines open over the graves." You can practically hear the diplomats polishing their resumes, getting ready to draft the world's most awkward peace treaty. Let's agree to stop killing each other, except for the occasional body swap. Sound good? It's basically the equivalent of letting an annoying cousin crash your party, but under the condition they bring snacks. Totally bizarre.
In light of this body exchange, how do you see the future of this conflict playing out?
Oh, the future of the conflict? It's as clear as mud. If this exchange is any indication, we might be looking at a never-ending series of exchanges. Like a choose-your-own adventure where every ending is bad. Imagine a future where they just keep swapping bodies back and forth like a twisted game of tag. You're it. No, wait, I'm it. It's almost like both sides are caught in a tragicomic loop. If they keep trading bodies without solving the actual problems, we might see a new trend. Body exchanges being marketed as a peace strategy. Trade your war stories for humanitarian efforts. It's like they're just going round and round on a carousel of despair, while the rest of us look on, popcorn in hand, wondering how long before someone yells, "Enough already!"
Lastly, what do you think is the overall takeaway from this exchange for the international community?
Oh, the international community is probably sitting back, watching this like it's a reality show gone horribly wrong. The takeaway? The world would love to see some maturity here, but instead, we get a grim reminder that humanity can sometimes feel like a very poorly scripted drama. It's as if they're saying, "We'll trade you our dead for your dead," in a tragic game of one-upmanship. The rest of the world is probably thinking, "Can we get a different channel, please?" It's a real-life horror film that nobody wants to be a part of. But everyone's still glued to the screen, hoping for a glimmer of sanity. Spoiler alert, it's not coming anytime soon, so grab your popcorn, folks. The show is far from over.